And we should be live now.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to a regular meeting of Council and General Committee for Monday, November 16th, 2020. We're going to start with O Canada, then do the land acknowledgement, and then we will resolve into in camera. So we'll start with O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté le paix, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right. We begin this gathering by acknowledging the land on which we gather is traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this reminds us that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of our Indigenous people. We would now resolve into General Committee, and I'll look to Councillor Miller for conflict.
Yes, thank you. I, Councillor Miller, declare, sound body and mind, declare conflict of interest on item number 8, and the in-camera session due to one of my clients. I market Airbnb properties for one of my clients.
Okay. So we'll now go into in-camera. The reason for going into camera is a motion for short-term rentals, legal enforcement of zoning bylaw infractions in camera pursuant to bylaw 215-170 as amended, section B23E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and section B23L, education or training of members provided at the meeting. No member discusses or otherwise deals with any matter in any way that materially advances the business or decision-making of council. I'll look over to the clerk for further direction.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. By attending the in-camera session, each member of council acknowledges that their obligations under the Code of Conduct, including responsibilities related to the confidentiality of closed session materials and discussions, remain the same as if they were physically present at the meeting. This includes that members of council are not permitted to record the proceedings and that they must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place this evening. Thank you.
Okay, mover to go in camera. I've got Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Littleton. All in favor? That's carried. And Evan, I believe you'll take us to a breakout room.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. I'll open up the breakout room. Members of council will be moved over there automatically. When you are done with the in-camera session, in the bottom right, there'll be a button. Make sure you click leave breakout room. Don't click leave meeting. Then you'll be brought back to the main meeting room here.
Thank you, Evan.
On my life, people are telling me.
What does it mean?
Bro,
So we don't.
Councillor Townsend, I'm just going to send you over right now to the in-camera session. So just give me one quick second.
Thank you.
and we can hear you guys talk. Grace.
What? Hey guys, I'm not sure how this works. I'm not very tech savvy.
Okay.
Am I doing the right thing? I can't hear anything.
No, Brian, nothing is happening right now in the meeting, so I'm just going to ask you to mute your microphone. And then if you need anything, just use the chat feature to connect with me, but don't unmute your microphone at this time.
What I've heard.
Hey guys, I'm just making sure that everything is okay and that you can hear me. I'm not sure if I'm missing anything. I don't want to be left out.
No, hi, Brian. No, nothing's happening right now in the meeting. Council is still in its closed session. So at this time, keep your microphone muted, keep your camera off. When the council meeting resumes, this message here about council being in a closed session will disappear, and the members of council will be back in the meeting.
unmute, mute. I don't know what's going on. No, now I'm live.
Brian, I'm going to ask you to please stop unmuting your microphone. Right now, council is still in the closed session of the meeting. And when they leave the closed session, the regular council meeting will resume. So everyone right now is seeing the same screen, which that council is now in its closed session. So there's no need to test your microphones or anything at this time. We know your audio and video works. When you are called to speak by the mayor, which will be later on the meeting, when you are called to speak, that's when you turn on your microphone and turn on your camera. But for now, leave your microphone muted and leave your camera off until you are called to speak.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for letting me know. I'm sorry, I'm really new at this. I'm not really sure if my microphone is muted now or not. Is there any specific indication that I can look for to show that it's muted or not? Because it's showing that it is muted right now. So I'm not sure. Now it's staying muted.
No, so right now your microphone is live. So what you're going to want to do, when it's muted, you'll see it'll be a red icon with a line through it. That's how you know you're muted.
Okay. All right. Sorry, but you know what I'm going to do is my friend is also in the chat. So essentially I'm just going to turn off my thing. He's going to message me when I'm up.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So yeah, turn off your microphone right now. But what I would say is, like, if you need to get a hold of me, use the chat feature in Zoom if you need anything.
Okay, yeah, this is Spencer's calling me right now. This is my first time using this, brother. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
All right. I'm just going to turn off the program. He's going to call me when I'm up. Thanks, buddy. Okay.
Okay, to the clerk, are we ready to go? Do we have council all back?
Yes, I believe we do.
Okay. Let's look and see. All right, so we have here, I'm just going to do a brief mayor's report, try and keep it brief, and then we're going to have our CAO give us a COVID-19 update, and then we're going to get some information from our economic development, director of economic development as well. So I'm just going to start with the opening of the mayor's report. And as everyone is no doubt aware, Niagara has moved into the orange restrict level today under the province's COVID-19 framework. The number of new daily cases has increased in the region, and the province decided to move Niagara, along with a host of other regions who are currently in yellow, moved up till orange. While this move had minimal impacts on city operations, you'll hear from our CAO shortly. This is a much more restrictive and will have impact on our community. The increases we are seeing in the second wave are a real concern, and we've seen a variety of localized outbreaks as well as some community transmission. We have to gain more control over that, so I want the community to be mindful of the public health recommendations. Wear your mask, that physical distancing is important. Really focus on keeping your social bubble as tight as possible and ensuring that you're looking after your personal hygiene, washing your hands when you're going to and fro out in public. Mayor Nenshi from Calgary had a great sort of 3-step phase. It's a clear mind. So have a clear mind as to what you're doing in your day and how you're mindfully keeping your contacts restrictive. It's clean hands. So it's about cleaning, making sure you're looking after yourself personally. And it's with an open heart, making sure that you understand what's happening around you. Don't judge others, but be mindful with an open heart of how you can help your community do things. So I think it's a very mindful message that we can continue to convey as we work through the second wave that we're currently in. It's also important for families to talk to their kids and their young adults in their family. A lot of the transmissions that we're seeing now are in the 20 to 35 age bracket. It's also being caused by people who are in that age bracket going out and gathering in larger numbers. And that's where you're seeing a lot more of the community spread. So it's important about having those discussions with those family members, making sure they understand that their actions can have an impact on the broader community. And while they may feel healthy and full of vitality and immortality, the reality is that their actions can have a negative impact, not just on their own extended family, but our community and the healthcare system as well. So we're trying to manage this as much as possible, and by working together we can, and hopefully we can drive those numbers down. That being said, the region did bring in public health. The region did bring in Section 22. This council had passed a motion last Monday about pushing for more enforcement, not more restrictions and regulations on the restaurant industry. That seemed to not really be heard by public health because it was brought up at the public health meeting as well last Tuesday. And then lo and behold, Wednesday, Section 22 came in, which is putting additional restrictions on an already overstressed restaurant industry. So with the information that we've received from countless restaurant owners across the region, there is going to be a special meeting taking place now on Wednesday at 4:30 at the region. It is just on COVID-19. It is the director of public health talking about the statistics, talking about the current state that we're in, talking about what are they seeing that maybe the broader community isn't, and also talking about what impact restrictions have on the community. And so this is going to be an opportunity for regional councillors, and I got to be clear to the public, under the Public Health Act, the Board of Public Health in the region is the regional councillors, but our powers are limited in terms of how the director of public health, the person who is issuing the directives, how they are influenced, if you will, by council. There's a lot of independence there, justifiably so, because the director of public health in any jurisdiction has to operate in the best interest of the health of the community. And they've got to be in a position where they're unencumbered by political interference. That being said, there's a role to play for the board members of public health to be able to understand, ask questions, and then be able to convey whatever decisions that are being made by public health to the community in an understandable way. There's a lot of, I will say, mixed communication or lack of communication, if you will, based on understanding of what's happening. And so I just want the restaurant industry to know that the council that sits around this table is very understanding of the situation that the restaurants are in. We've got about 300 restaurant food service providers here in the city of St. Catharines. In Niagara, that number is about 1,500. These people employ a lot of people. They're entrepreneurs, they've got families, they've got mortgages, they've got leases that they hold. And so it's important that we understand the pressures that they're going through and convey that message as well back up through our council to regional council and to the public health. And it's important for anybody who has the ways and means to continue to support our restaurants. I will say this, and I've said this on the weekend, our restaurants that I've experienced are safe. They are taking the precautions. They have taken this seriously since they were allowed to open back April, May. And they understand the importance of creating a safe environment for their employees and their customers. And the reality is that a lot of these transmissions aren't the result of the restaurants. It's the result of people making bad decisions in terms of how they're operating within their social network. So there's a lot of understanding that has to come through this, but I just want the restaurant industry to know that the city of St. Catharines and our council and economic development is doing whatever it can to support our restaurant industries, including, you can go to the pickupstc.ca. That's been available since day one. And it's a place in which citizens of our community can go and see the restaurants that are doing great pickup and delivery services. And it's a great place, one-stop shop, if you want to support local businesses in our community. Last week, the city celebrated the recognition of the Niagara Biennial Design Awards. This is put out by the region, and it's a program recognizing design excellence in the region. The city's St. Paul Street transformation picked up an Outstanding Achievement Award in Urban Design, and it's reinventing the downtown stretch of St. Paul Street through St. Catharines. Anyone who's been downtown the last 5-6 years can see the transformation taking place, and very proud of that. Multiple councils have led the way to make sure that there has been this rebirth of downtown St. Catharines, from the changing of one-way traffic to the introduction of the First Ontario Meridian Center and to the changing of the pedestrian space, expanding the sidewalks. That all went into that award being recognized for the city of St. Catharines. As well, the Outstanding Achievement Award in Commemorative Landscapes. Of course, we got the top award for the city's Welland Canal Fallen Workers Memorial, which is a beautiful memorial for the Welland Canal Fallen Workers who died building arguably one of the biggest engineering feats of its time. So those are two great awards I just wanted to acknowledge. Also, congratulations to the city's cultural team. This year, City of St. Catharines ranked #1 across all of Canada for cities of its size for the activities that they provided during the month of October. They provided 197 activities, both virtual and in person, promoting arts in our community with free hands-on activities. So this is a great way for us as council to be able to say to our culture team, way to go, you're #1 in the country. And that's something that we should all be proud of. Last week, I was also joined by Councillor Garcia and Councillor Bill Phillips, who is on the Canada 2021 construction team, as we broke ground for the rowing facility at the Henley. I just want to thank the Henley Rowing Corporation and Canada Summer Games for getting to the point where we were able to break ground on the rowing center, which is going to be one of the best rowing centers in all of the world when it's built. It is going to be ecologically and environmentally friendly. It's a beautifully designed building, and it's going to be there for the 2022 plus the 2024 World Championships for rowing. So it's going to be a well-used facility, and it's going to be a signature mark here in our community. So with that, there is the holiday tree lighting this weekend. Niagara Health Foundation will put up lights up in the front of Lawn City Hall to launch its Celebration of Lights holiday campaign. While clearly we shouldn't and we won't be celebrating as a group, there will be a virtual tree lighting take place Sunday at 5 p.m. and it'll be streamed through the Niagara Health Foundation Facebook page. And we are honored to partner with the foundation to light up the tree at City Hall this year, not only supporting the work of Niagara Health, but also recognizing our frontline heroes. And I just want to give a shout out to Electra, who put their hand up to support the lighting of the trees again. And just a quick thank you to the forestry crew and the city crew that were out the last 24 hours cleaning up after the windstorm. They did an outstanding job. They were helping Electra with removing branches that were knocking out power as well. And I'm just going to turn it over to Daryl Smith just to give us a brief recap on what the last 24 hours look like. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. We had a severe wind event with sustained wind gusts of over 140 kilometers an hour. Actually, from a damage perspective, we were quite lucky. With most of the leaves off the tree, the damage was a lot less than what it could have been if this storm had happened a couple of weeks ago. Of course, we do have limbs down, we have trees down, and we have garbage and fencing that was blowing around, and we are still working and cleaning that up. The sidewalk is still closed on the south side of St. Paul Street between Carlisle and Academy, where some facade came off a building, and we'll open that up once the building has been cleared by planning and building services. We also had some snow fencing blow down at 282 to 285 Ontario, fencing blow down from 282 to 285 Ontario Street, and we secured that temporarily. Representatives of the owners were there on site today working on addressing the issue. The worst part of the city from a city property open space perspective, the worst hit part was Centennial Park, where we expect the cleanup will take at least a week and maybe as long as 10 days. But for the most part, again, we came off fairly light, relatively speaking. If any citizen does have a concern, please contact Citizens First, and your issue will be reviewed as quickly as possible. And we ask for your understanding that we will be prioritizing all work to deal with the highest risk situations first, but we will get through to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. And just a quick question. Are we capturing all the damage that's done in pictures so that, you know, when it comes to better understanding of climate change and what climate change looks like, we'll have visual cues to remind us of these kind of events?
Yes, we try to capture pictures of all these types of things to make a visual record as well as a paper work order trail.
Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to turn it over to the CAO, who's going to take us through COVID-19 and its impact on operations as we head into Orange and potentially future framework changes. And there'll be, I think the Director of Economic Development will also be providing some comments. So I'll go to the CAO. CAO Chemnitz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. Since the last Council meeting, which I provided a verbal update, as you've heard, the province has released a new COVID-19 response framework. And in fact, that newly released framework has already been updated, as has our positioning within it. The report is part of our consent agenda today, only published this previous Friday, is essentially already out of date in a number of details, and I'll cover those as I speak. It really underscores the fact that our work to respond and plan for the potential developments of the pandemic needs to stay in the forefront of our daily lives at work and personally. In fact, the next 3 to 4 weeks may be some of the most important weeks in which we can positively affect the course of the virus. The report on the agenda today briefly describes the 5 levels and their associated colors in the framework, starting from prevent to protect, restrict, control, and lockdown. If we think of the relevant dates contained within and have happened subsequent to publishing, the framework was announced November 3rd and Niagara was green. November 7th, Niagara was transitioned to yellow. November 16th, Niagara's transitioned to orange. The next possible step could be red, and with it significant changes to our operations and activities within our city. From a senior leadership perspective, we're encouraging our staff and our community to make every effort to contain the spread of the virus to hopefully avoid moving to that red zone, or at least working so that our existence in the red zone is short-lived should we be moved to there. Some public health regions were moved into appropriate levels of the framework within red, City of Hamilton, Halton, Peel, Toronto, and York region included. In addition, as you heard in the Mayor's report, Niagara Region has applied Section 22 of the Health Protection and Promotion Act, putting further restrictions on bars and restaurants, etc. The Niagara Region is at a crucial point in the pandemic. We have the opportunity to turn it around and flatten the curve, or if cases continue to increase, we could move into stricter measures. Everyone in the community plays an important role in reducing this spread by following the public health and provincial orders and using common sense. We've responded to the changes by supporting business through communications on the changes and new restrictions, as well as various initiatives. And our director, Brian York, will speak to that after I finish. We've informed the public of the changes through social media and facility web pages. We've implemented active screening of all patrons and visitors prior to entrance at all recreational facilities. And for arenas, staff are spectators are not allowed. However, one parent per child under the age of 18 is permitted to come in. So this is similar to what we were doing at the yellow level. We're also collecting contact tracing information and asking screening questions upon entry. The province updated its indicators and thresholds on November 13th for each of those framework levels, and I believe we have updated council. We will update council again with the new numbers. The thresholds have now been reduced for each level, which is ultimately the reason why most public health regions were moved into stricter levels. And Niagara Region Health posts the region's current indicators on their website pages, and comparing these indicators to the new provincial framework, some of our numbers are definitely moving and trending towards that control or red category. Regarding our advanced planning team, staff have convened that city advanced planning team this week, and we will prepare for the control red level and potential gray level as well. We anticipate significant changes to our operations, as I've said, should we enter these levels. If we should be moved into a red level, we can expect that our gathering limits for all organized public events and social gatherings will be further reduced to 10 people indoors and 25 outdoors. Bars, restaurants will have a limited maximum of 10 patrons and much further restrictions. Retail stores will be impacted, and there'll be further restrictions to other businesses. We're concerned with the trends we're seeing here and throughout Ontario and beyond. Our knowledge of how to keep ourselves and our community safe is much stronger since we faced this in March. We have many measures in place and continue to work towards further improvements. We're hearing good news surrounding vaccine development and testing. However, the increasing case counts this fall tell us that despite all health measures, the community safety depends on our individual safety, and the care we take each day is very critical. And our staff will continue to work and monitor these situations as we have since the beginning. I'll now turn it over to Director York to give us additional information.
Thank you, Shelley. Through you, Mr. Mayor, since the onset of emergency restrictions, our team has been responding and adapting to the challenges facing the local business community. No question, it's been tough. In addition to continuing our regular business retention, expansion, and expediter efforts, the city's Enterprise Center has assisted more than 40 new entrepreneurs start a business in this climate, which is unfathomable, but the perseverance continues. We've also relaunched the Digital Main Street program, and our team is once again helping the area businesses grow their digital presence online to service their customer base in a new way. The Regional Recovery Team will continue surveying Niagara businesses to gauge their current status and COVID impact levels. This information helps inform our ongoing advocacy campaign and provides the much needed evidence-based research to support an ask of upper levels of government. Together, we've also made a joint regional application to FedDev Ontario's Tourism Adaptation and Recovery Fund to assist the tourism hospitality dependent businesses with the financial impacts of the pandemic, and we hope to learn more of that soon. Of the roughly 4,000 businesses with employees in St. Catharines, nearly 10% of those operate in the restaurant, food, and hospitality sector. And as the mayor said, that's approximately 400 businesses. And we well understand the impact of the restrictions of these most vulnerable businesses, and it has never been more important to remain loyal to local. Deepening restrictions coupled with the onset of winter has shifted our focus to hyper-local marketing and initiatives to support the small businesses. With an emphasis on encouraging citizens to conduct their holiday shopping in our local retailers, staff will embark on a dedicated Buy Local, Love Local, Dine With Your Family campaign. In addition, EDTS and CRCS staff are working with community partners to launch STC Holiday Square as an alternative to the annual Santa Claus Parade. Pending any further restrictions over the next 4 weeks, you'll see the corner of James and St. Paul Street animated with holiday-themed programming while respecting public health guidelines and safe distancing measures. All of these efforts are key implementation tools of our council-approved recovery strategy, and they will help to ensure that when we have the support systems for long-term, they will help ensure that we have the support systems for long-term economic recovery, including the continued encouragement of the new development to create economic growth and stability in our community. Please do your part to remain loyal to local businesses. They need your support now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Director York. Now for council, if you have any pressing questions that you want to ask of the CAO related to COVID-19 and the second wave, now would be your time to do it. So just if there's something that you want clarification on, if not, I just want to thank our CAO and her team. And they've been leading from the beginning, and they continue to show what leadership looks like through a challenging situation. And so I just want to say, keep up the great work. Councillor Garcia, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, and maybe it is to you rather than to Shelley. You said that there is a meeting of public health coming up at the region that is going to address some of the many concerns we've heard from restaurants.
Yeah, I called that. I called Chair Bradley this morning after talking to countless restaurants and other businesses this weekend, and asked for a meeting to be called. He called the meeting, so it's going to be Wednesday at 4:30, and it's just strictly dealing with public health.
And is there anything that we as a council can do to support that? Can we make a motion that would support you in doing this, or?
No, I think the motion from last week's council says it all, and I don't think there needs to be any further reinforcement. Your comments as a council that were articulated last week will be carried forward to that special meeting as well.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I really appreciate their concern, and I think Director York hit it right on. You know, our restaurants are so important, and it's such a tough climate they're operating in. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Councillor Garcia. I'm going to look for, I just want to do some housekeeping. We came out of in camera, and so for the public, we were in camera on getting legal advice pertaining to legal matters and education around some of the discussion that we'll be having forthcoming on zoning bylaw infractions. And so I just need a motion from council. The council received the report LCS 159/2020 regarding short-term rentals, legal enforcement of zoning bylaw infractions. For information purposes, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Porter, all in favor? And show of hands, carried. Thank you very much. And adoption of the agendas. And so I'll look to the clerk. We've got some additions to the agendas, and then we'll take a motion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this evening's agenda, the following items have been added to your sugar sink folder. AMO watch file, November 12th, the memorandum from the Manager of Revenue regarding 2020 downtown holiday parking promotion. Thirdly, a memorandum from the Director of Planning and Building Services with some additional correspondence. Read tonight's public meeting on short-term rentals. And you have a letter from MPP Jeff Birch re-gutting of NPCA. The following amendments are also being made to your agenda this evening. 2 minor amendments to Appendix 1 of Council Agenda Item 8.1, City Initiated Zoning Bylaw, Short-Term Rentals. The first amendment is to the title of the bylaw to ensure the full title has been included, and it's noted in your agenda this evening. And the second amendment is to the parking ratio for short-term rentals. The bylaw incorrectly indicated a ratio of 0.5 parking spaces per rental room. This has been corrected to a ratio of 0. Parking spaces per bedroom as described in the report. General Committee Agenda Item 2.1 is new council approved additions to the delegation bylaw from the November 9th City Council meeting, and that's all I have this evening.
All right. Councillor Garcia, you got your finger up?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the clerk just mentioned 2.1. I would like to pull that so I can ask a couple of questions about it, please.
So which one's that one?
That's the one on the delegation bylaw.
Okay. Have you? Okay, so you didn't contact anyone before the?
No, I just came up with a couple of questions I'd like to ask.
That's fine.
It should be pretty simple.
Yeah, that's fair. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Harris, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, and thank you to the clerk for that. Conflicts of interest, we've already got noted Councillor Miller for his conflict of interest, which he has submitted in writing. Any other conflicts today pertaining to any of these matters? Okay, seeing none. Adoption of the minutes. We have a motion that council adopt the minutes of the meeting of council held on Monday, November 2nd, 2020. And that council adopt the minutes of the general committee meeting held on Monday, November 2020. And I got Councillor Littleton moving that, seconded by Councillor Townsend. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you for that. And we will now resolve into general committee. Motion to move reports on consent, and so save and accept. Do you want to just do the questions now, Councillor, on 2.1? Get the questions answered before we approve the consent agenda, if they're just a couple quick questions?
Sure, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. So through you to staff, when I was looking at the bylaw and doing the thing there, I just looked on page 3. There is a point 1 that says may be exercised by both delegate and council. And then number 7 down below seems to conflict with that. I just want to make sure that those two are okay and don't conflict. And I have one other question, and that is on page 7 under real property matters, it says that, if I read it correctly, that staff can approve the purchase or lease, transfer of land up to $100,000 value. And I didn't realize that. I just want some clarification. I thought we always discuss such matters at council.
Okay, so who wants to take who's going to take a answer to the first one, then there's the second one. So one's a land matter, and the first one is more of a clarification on wording. Director Salter.
To Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, maybe I'll just deal with the real estate matters first. So if I understand the question correctly, this is a new delegation under the real property matters table, which would allow the city treasurer and the manager responsible for realty services to approve agreements which are consideration does not exceed $50,000 and for the manager and $100,000 for the city treasurer. This is a new delegation.
That's right. That is my question. So is that a big change then? Because as I said, we have been discussing at council such matters before. I mean, that sort of means that staff is in the real estate business essentially?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, the intent would be to allow staff the authority to approve these smaller matters, similar to what we do with the purchasing bylaw. So these would be much smaller transactions at the lower level. This would reduce the need for reports to council on less significant land transfers.
So it's just establishing a threshold, a low ceiling for staff who are dealing with a sliver of land that they need to do for either an easement or something that is required to be changed so that there's a service being provided. The step of coming to council for something under $100,000 doesn't need to take place. So it's if there's a comfort level, I think that's what is being asked for here, which it fits within the procurement levels of what the CAO has authority and what the directors have authority. So it's aligning it with that.
Okay, we had not discussed that before, but I understand the objective. And did the city solicitor understand my first question, or?
So
through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I didn't quite get what you were asking, Mr.
Okay, so under a summary of key requirements under the proposed delegation of powers and duties bylaw, number 1 says that each delegation of powers and duties by council be effected by bylaw and may be exercised by both the delegate and council, whereas number 7 says that unless specifically required, each delegation authorizes the delegate to take action without further council approval. So I was just wondering if those two conflict.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. No, they do not. The intent is that, first of all, delegations of power have to be done by bylaw. So that is what number 1 does. But it also provides that they can be exercised with both the delegate and council. So if council decided that it did not wish to delegate a particular decision, council could certainly still exercise the delegation. And there's also the option for the delegate to bring a matter to council if the delegate was not, didn't feel it was appropriate and the council should be the one to exercise the power. So it does still, it doesn't take, because it's been delegated, it doesn't take away council's ultimate authority that if it chooses, it may exercise that power. But for those matters that are under the delegation bylaw, and if they have not been taken back by council, then this bylaw is the bylaw which authorizes the action to take place. So what was happening under the previous delegation bylaw, even though certain steps and actions were delegated to staff to take, because the decisions still required the formality of a bylaw, what was happening is we would get a delegation memo from the department saying, I have this delegated authority, for example, to authorizing this agreement, but I needed a bylaw for the formal action in order to execute the agreement. So that eliminates that second step. So it creates a significant efficiency, and that now the delegations bylaw itself is the only bylaw required to meet the municipal act requirements, to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Okay, so I have the consent agenda in front of us, and a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Townsend, and I'll look to the clerk to call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this evening's consent agenda for the public is 2.1, Legal and Clerk Services, adoption of the new consolidated delegation bylaw, and to repeal bylaw number 2004-277 as amended. Item 2.2, Office of the CAO, COVID-19 update, and 2.3, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Council correspondence. Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller, are you in the room? Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, planning meeting pursuant to Planning Act, public notice bylaw. Planning, the purpose of this planning meeting, and this is for short-term rentals, is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand the zoning bylaw amendment regarding short-term rentals and to provide public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. Planning and Building Services staff held an open house and prepared an extensive report on the application. Planning meeting will proceed as follows. Taya Devlin, planner with Building Services, will explain the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The public will have an opportunity to speak on the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw. We suggest that there's a limit of 5 minutes per speaker. As today's public meeting is being held electronically, members of the public wishing to speak to the item were advised to RSVP with the Office of the City Clerk by 11:59 on Sunday, November 15th, 2020. And the following individuals have requested to speak: Mr. Stephen Bedford, Mr. David Duraco, Miss Ashley Antidorium and Stephen Gillis, Miss Linda Crouch, and Mr. Brian Grant. Members of the public were provided the opportunity to submit written correspondence. We did receive a number of those. These items are listed in the council's sugar sync folder. If a person does not make an oral written submission prior to council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. It may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeal by others without permission of the tribunal. Staff will respond to questions, and then the public meeting will be closed. So I now call upon planner Taya Devlin to present the proposed zoning bylaw amendment regarding short-term rentals. Ms. Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. This presentation is with regards to the city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment to address short-term rentals. Next slide. It was Council's consideration of implementing a municipal accommodation tax, as well as an increasing number of concerns within the community about short-term rentals operating in residential neighborhoods, that led to Council first directing staff to review short-term rental use in June 2019. Since then, staff have conducted research and public engagement to better understand short-term rentals and the impact they can have on the community. After receiving staff's report summarizing various options, on February 24th, 2020, Council directed staff to proceed with a zoning bylaw amendment and directed that following finalization of a zoning bylaw amendment, staff proceed to establish a licensing program to address short-term rentals. This public meeting pertains to the zoning bylaw amendment, and following a decision by Council today, staff can proceed to the next step, which will be to establish a licensing program. Next slide. Short-term rentals have posed a challenge to enforcement both locally and globally. Our current zoning bylaw does not specifically consider short-term rentals, and as such, there is room for improvement. Short-term rentals will require a very specific and tailored set of regulations, and in order for these regulations to be effective, a strong foundation is required. Establishing the land use permissions for short-term rental is equivalent to the foundation of the city's approach to short-term rentals. The next steps will be built on that foundation and will become more and more detailed as we approach the final step of implementation. The intent is to become more effective than our current approach, and to achieve this by equipping the city with tools such as licensing to better address short-term rental use. Next slide. Through staff's previous report, 5 goals were identified to guide the considerations surrounding short-term rentals. These goals are to protect housing supply, support opportunities for supplementary income, be reasonable to enforce, protect residential neighborhood character, and support tourism and tourist spending. Next slide. The city's zoning bylaw does not currently include a definition for short-term rental. It does define and permit both hotel-motel use and bed and breakfasts. Hotel-motels are buildings that are used to provide short-term accommodation. They are considered a commercial use and require 1 parking space per guest room. Bed and breakfasts are permitted as a home-based business, which is secondary to the residential use and requires the resident is present on site hosting guests. Bed and breakfasts are currently only permitted in detached dwellings, which are permitted in select zones. Bed and breakfasts also require 1 parking space per rental room. Next slide. Offering an entire dwelling unit for short-term rental is currently consistent with the city's definition of a hotel-motel use, which is not permitted in residential zones. Despite this, the city is aware that short-term rentals are advertised and operate throughout the year. The city has received an increasing number of concerns from the community and residents who have experienced living near properties being offered for short-term rental. Staff understand that residents are experiencing nuisances including noise, rowdy behavior, partying, and have feelings of uneasiness surrounding safety and enjoyment of their properties. Short-term rental use has proven to be challenging to enforce under the zoning bylaw. Part of the reason is that currently the bylaw does not define short-term rental use, and evidence beyond an online listing is required. Another challenge is in keeping track of any potential connection between various concerns, such as noise or parking, and the potential operation of a short-term rental. Next slide. While staff will be further addressing enforcement through licensing, it's also important to note the existing enforcement tools the city has in place which are available to residents. Information regarding when an enforcement tool is applicable and how to submit a concern can be found at stcatharines.ca/STR concerns. Next slide. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes to establish new provisions for short-term rental, including establishing a definition and parking requirement. Staff are also proposing to amend the units that are permitted to operate a home-based business and bed and breakfast. Next slide. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes to define short-term rental as a home-based business wherein a dwelling unit is rented for a period not exceeding 28 consecutive days. Short-term being less than 28 consecutive days is consistent with the city's existing application of short-term for both hotel-motel and bed and breakfasts. Considering short-term rental a home-based business limits the use to a secondary function, which is accessory to the principal residential use. Next slide. The amendment proposes to further establish a requirement that a person may only operate a short-term rental from their principal residence. A principal residence would be defined as a dwelling unit which a person resides in a majority of the year. This provision ensures the unit retains its primary residential function and that a person may only operate 1 short-term rental. Next slide. The proposed parking requirement for short-term rental has 3 components. First, a ratio of 0.5 parking spaces per bedroom, and second, to permit parking for short-term rental in tandem. A ratio of 0.5 has been proposed to recognize that short-term rental is rental of the entire unit and therefore can only be rented to one group at a time. This is unlike hotels and bed and breakfasts where individual rooms are rented and can therefore be rented to multiple groups at a time, all with separate travel arrangements. Rental to one group provides opportunities for shared travel arrangements. The zoning bylaw currently prescribes that parking be rounded up from the midpoint, so a 1 or 2 bedroom unit would require a minimum of 1 parking space. Similarly, since the guests using a short-term rental belong to the same group, the opportunity exists for the guests for managing vehicles amongst the group members, and staff are proposing to permit parking for short-term rentals in tandem. Next slide. The third component is to require that parking for short-term rental be dedicated to the unit. This applies to buildings that have multiple residential units. Imagine a building with 3 units and 1 parking space per unit. Unit number 2 proposes to operate a short-term rental. Since they have 1 parking space, they may operate a maximum 2-bedroom short-term rental. If they have a 3-bedroom unit, they require 2 parking spaces. In this example, there are 3 parking spaces on site, but only 1 space is dedicated to the unit. The required parking for short-term rental must be dedicated to the unit to ensure no loss of parking for the other units. Next slide. Staff are also proposing amendments to existing provisions in the zoning bylaw. To ensure the bylaw is easy to interpret and there is no confusion regarding the units permitted to operate a home-based business, staff recommend removing the term principal dwelling unit and replacing it with the term dwelling unit. Bed and breakfasts are currently permitted only within a detached dwelling. Since the resident is present on site to host guests of a bed and breakfast, staff propose to permit the use in any dwelling unit. Similarly to short-term rental, staff are recommending the addition of a footnote to the parking requirement for bed and breakfast to ensure that the required parking is dedicated to the unit offering bed and breakfast. Next slide. Planning staff have evaluated this application for zoning bylaw amendment against the policies of the provincial policy statement, the provincial growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the regional official plan, and the Garden City plan, all of which apply to this application. The proposed amendment provides temporary accommodation options and assists with providing opportunities for residents to earn supplementary income and to assist with housing affordability. Defining short-term rental use as a home-based business maintains the principal residential function of dwelling units, and staff are of the opinion the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to and does not conflict with the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the Garden City plan. Next slide. An open house was held online through the city's Engage page from September 16th to October 16th. A video and written documents summarizing the proposed zoning bylaw amendment were available for review and comment. The page was visited 925 times and the video received 164 views. Staff received over 73 responses. Next slide. The comments received covered a wide variety of topics. The topics on the left are largely related to the discussion of land use and include suggestions to prioritize protecting residential units and neighborhoods, establish a definition of primary residence and consider establishing a minimum number of days a person must reside in a unit per month or annually, establish a maximum number of days that a unit may operate as a short-term rental, either per month or annually. Concerns were expressed that short-term rental cause increases to housing costs, making it more difficult for people to afford housing. It was suggested that short-term rental can be less risky to owners than long-term rental, and to support more long-term rental, the Landlord Tenancy Act should be addressed. Comments were provided in support of short-term rentals, providing accommodation options for tourists, and noting that allowing residents to offer an accessory unit for short-term rental helps owners afford housing costs. The topics on the right largely relate to the behavior of guests. Staff have heard from many people the concerns they have surrounding noise, maintenance of property, and respect within the neighborhood. While these are important issues to address, it's important to note that short-term rental use does not necessarily result in these outcomes. It is the behavior of guests that can have these impacts. The themes on the right may not be addressed through the zoning bylaw as they are not land use issues. Staff do recognize that they need to be considered, and staff will further address those themes through the establishment of a licensing program, which is the next step subject to the approval of the zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide. So should the proposed zoning bylaw amendment be approved, the result would be that hotel motel use is for buildings that provide short-term accommodation as the primary use. Bed and breakfasts are short-term rental of rooms within a dwelling unit with the resident present to host guests. The use would no longer be limited to detached dwellings only, and we would be permitted in any dwelling unit. Short-term rental would be the rental of an entire dwelling unit where the resident is not present on site, but they do reside in the dwelling unit a majority of the year. Next slide. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment achieves the identified goals in the following ways: retains the intended residential function of a dwelling unit as the primary use, provides the opportunity for residents to earn supplementary income to assist with managing housing costs, prohibits dwelling units from being solely used as short-term rental accommodation, which would be considered a commercial use, and directs this type of use to zones that permit hotel motel. It also supports the local economy by providing options for accommodations to the traveling public. Next slide. While the amendment does include specific definitions to help with enforcement, the next step of establishing a licensing program will focus on enforcement. When establishing licensing requirements, potential options include requiring confirmation of principal residence, requiring an emergency contact, and inclusion of a license number in online listings. A license program would also include penalties and an enforcement strategy, which could include a system of warnings, fines, weekend enforcement. Staff will develop a budget for the program, including staffing needs, operation costs, and application fees and processes. A report with detailed information on a proposed licensing program will be brought to Council in the first quarter of 2021. Next slide. Staff recommends that Council approve the recommendation outlined in the staff report, as the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to and does not conflict with the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the Garden City plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Devlin, for a thorough presentation and report. And now we have a number of delegations that will be coming up to speak. First, we have Mr. Stephen Bedford. Evan will bring him into the room. Welcome, Mr. Bedford. And
good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors and staff, and other citizens online. My name is Stephen Bedford. I live at 121 Glenwood Avenue. I'm a community planner by profession. Since 2011, I've been focusing on private development work. However, prior to that, I was a planner in the public sector, and my last public gig was as Director of Planning and Development for the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake. Bylaw enforcement was part of my responsibilities at that time. My opening and closing comments will be consistent. Please don't implement a bylaw you can't properly regulate or enforce. I'm speaking to you this evening about my concerns with adding short-term rental dwelling units to the list of home-based businesses. A short-term rental is not a home-based business. All of the other home-based businesses have the resident of the home, of the dwelling, in the home carrying out the business. A short-term rental, the owner is not in the home to manage its operation, and therein lies the problem. There is no one to manage the operation of the business. If you don't think that's a problem, talk to the citizens of Niagara-on-the-Lake. Just like the citizens of St. Catharines, who have had to deal with these so-called short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are a big problem to neighbors because of their behavior and the incredible difficulty in enforcing the bylaw. Pages 11 and 12 of the staff report speaks to enforcement and frankly describes why enforcement of a short-term rental program cannot be effective. It's unbelievably complicated, unbelievably difficult, unbelievably time consuming, and takes incredible resources to do it effectively. Unless the council chooses to spend the dollars, hire the resources, the problems of short-term rentals cause for neighbors will not be effectively dealt with. Do not pass the zoning bylaw to permit the use without the proper licensing and enforcement already in place. The planning report suggests there are policy benefits to short-term rentals. I do not agree. In my experience, short-term rentals takes dwellings out of the housing market and put them into the temporary accommodation market, competing with hotels and B&Bs. The only people who will take advantage of this option will be people who can afford a second, third, or fourth dwelling unit and rent it out on a short-term basis because they can make more money renting out rooms one at a time over the weekend than they can for long-term rentals. A homeowner living in a dwelling is not likely to rent the home for a week or two while they're on vacation. I have seen people rent their dwellings when they're away, perhaps for 6 months on a long-term vacation. Or they've got a job out of town. They've got a job in Boston or Calgary. So they rent their house. And there are also people that have exchanges that will have holiday exchanges. But this is never short-term. It's always a month or 2 or 3. This situation may very well be exacerbated with more Brock and college students learning more online and not coming to town for the full semester. This may reduce the student housing market, and the first option for landlords will be short-term rentals. They're unlikely, as a first step, to move to long-term rentals. And therefore without the moving to long-term rentals, they're not increasing the stable housing supply. I see short-term rentals as removing housing from the housing market. And in the city of St. Catharines, I hear very regularly, and council is dealing with all the time, housing affordability and housing accessibility. Renting a room or a dwelling for a week is not solving the problem. A short-term rental is not a home-based business. Please don't approve the bylaw. And if you need to approve the bylaw, make sure you have the licensing and enforcement in place. The staff hired, the bylaw is approved and ready to go. I think it's a very difficult situation, as you've probably heard from staff, and legalizing a difficult situation is not the way to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I've got a question from Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Bedford. Thank you for coming in tonight. It's nice to see you. I just wanted to ask you, just so we get clarification here, I understand you did work with the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake, but they didn't implement their short-term rental strategy until there was a licensing program attached to their bylaw. Is that correct?
As I understand it, that's correct. And they have a very comprehensive licensing program for B&Bs. They have a very comprehensive licensing program for short-term rentals. I've had clients that have been opening short-term rentals, and that's what they do. They buy a house and rent it out. They have the money to buy the house. Then they're taking houses out of the marketplace.
And so it's not necessary, you're not necessarily against the short-term rentals. You are in favor of them only if there are ways to regulate them through a licensing program.
I don't think, because the way the legislation works, problem with resourcing, bylaw enforcement, I don't think it's possible for the municipality to regulate, license effectively. How are you going to know whether a person lives in a house for 3 months or 4 months and then goes away. It is an impossible request. Ask your lawyer, ask your staff. If a short-term rental is not a hotel, then prosecute them as not being a hotel.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions? I'll ask a question of the presenter, Mr. Bedford. So currently, short-term rentals are illegal in St. Catharines, and the success rate is 0 for prosecution. So yeah. I guess I'm challenged by your comment that we should prosecute when, you know, anyone who's done their homework from Vancouver to Halifax will realize that prosecution is almost impossible. And yet you're talking about we should prosecute more. I can't, how do you square that?
So I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. I'm not so sure the situation will change by trying to manage it. So why not look for other opportunities to, beyond legalizing something that is not working, look for other opportunities to prosecute, to deal with these people that are the bad actors.
Okay, so I guess I'll just follow up with one more question. In terms of, so you're acknowledging that prosecution doesn't currently work. We've got community members who live in neighborhoods are completely frustrated with the inability of the city to take action. We can't prosecute because it's very difficult, and there's very few communities in the country that have been able to successfully prosecute. And yet you're suggesting we go down a road that is not even being traveled by any other municipality on the legal side, and you expect success for our residents?
So if you're going to move on, I guess my experience in terms of bylaw enforcement is bylaw enforcement tends to be the poor brother within the administration, and they don't get the resources needed to do the work that's needed to track short-term rentals, monitor who's doing what. And unless we do that, there is the situation is not going to change. Okay. And so if, as I mentioned, if you feel the only way to go is to approve this bylaw, then the licensing and regulation has to be in place before the bylaw is approved, and the staffing needs to be ready to go.
Okay, and then just one more question, because you are a planner with a planning background. Are you aware that other municipalities who have brought in the proper planning regime and licensing have actually seen a reduction in the amount of Airbnbs in their community? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so that has happened in other communities. So I just want to maybe do a bit more work on that. So any other questions of the presenter? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Bedford. Next we have, I believe, I got to check my list, Mr. Dave DeRocco. Mr. Dave DeRocco will be coming on. Welcome, Mr. DeRocco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just getting my paper up here. I've timed this out. It should come in at 4 minutes and 58 seconds, but we'll see if I can get through. I'm David DeRocco, representing concerns of the Port Weller Residents Association. The proposed new zoning bylaw amendment seeks to introduce short-term rentals as a new home-based business in residential areas. Unlike bed and breakfast operations, which are usually dutifully managed by the property owner or long-term occupant, short-term rentals have been restricted, and for good reasons. The city's website suggests that amending the bylaw will allow property owners to make better use of properties that are vacant or underutilized, perhaps even encouraging tourism. This past summer in Port Weller, East and West, we witnessed the impact of that kind of tourism that resulted in 18 arrests Saturday in Niagara Falls. At the height of the pandemic, illegal short-term Airbnb rentals were bursting with out-of-town guests, ignoring provincial restrictions, ignoring local noise and parking bylaws, and putting strain on bylaw officers who were often handcuffed by the city's enforcement protocols. On Canada Day, I counted 20 people and 7 cars at one illegal operation in West Port Weller. Even licensed short-term rentals offer zero benefit to any residential neighborhood. In Port Weller, given its proximity to the waterfront, the problems will be amplified. The city's report to council suggests priorities in any regulation of short-term accommodations should include protection of the residential neighborhood character with respect to parking, noise, garbage, and behaviors. That report also states the bylaws should be reasonable to enforce, triggering minimal staff resources to handle enforcement. That is hardly reassuring language to a neighborhood like ours, where the allocation of minimal staff resources resulted in poor enforcement of existing and emergency bylaws all summer, causing a need to hire external resources. Thinking an amendment with vague restrictions on short-term rentals can be enforced effectively with minimal attention from city staff opens the door to absentee landlords and the destruction of quality of life for local residents. In a city working to attract tourists to its less than capacity hotels, as reflected in the MOU signed with the town of Lincoln this past September, it seems rather counterproductive to even consider adding a new category of rental accommodations, especially one that has the potential to adversely affect neighborhoods and possibly reduce housing units from the local rental market. Over 5,800 households are currently on the waiting list for affordable housing. By easing short-term rental restrictions, the supply of long-term rentals will continue to decline, leaving families desperate to find homes. We understand the desire of some property owners longing to become hoteliers at the expense of local neighborhoods, buying multiple residents and listing them for short-term rental. City staff have already flagged the fact this bylaw will be hard to enforce, and questions arise. At what point does a short-term rental transition from a residential to a commercial operation? If a property owner owns multiple houses in a neighborhood, using all for short-term rentals, how is that anything but a commercial operation? We already know of multiple unit owners targeting East Port Weller. One new property is a 7-bedroom monstrosity of a home with a 1-car driveway on a narrow laneway with no parking. The impact on the neighborhood, if used for short-term rental, will be significant. We know the long-term goal of these type of owners to force established owners out and to reshape the face of the waterfront. Other jurisdictions have determined that when a dwelling is offered for short-term rental without an occupant who resides there, it's classified commercial. As a result, it shouldn't be allowed to operate in areas zoned residential. In St. Catharines, multiple listings offered by one host account for 51% of Airbnbs, a number higher than in Toronto. These commercial operators skirt local bylaws and care little for the neighborhoods in which they operate. The Engage website suggests short-term rentals will be allowed if principal resident is present occasionally. What if that resident lists multiple houses as his or her principal residence? The cost to properly enforce short-term rental bylaws will be significant. In closing, this April, the Ontario government temporarily banned short-term rentals to help curb travel during the pandemic. Changing the bylaws, the pandemic rages, is simply irresponsible for a council trying to build a compassionate city. You're literally inviting COVID into our neighborhoods. Can we not learn from the town of Pelham, which on July 13th banned short-term rentals from residential neighborhoods? Surely St. Catharines can take similar action to help real hotel owners to properly protect city residents during a pandemic, and finally, to put residents ahead of the commercial interests of those property barons who care little about the neighborhoods they are targeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duraco, and very well said. Do you have any questions? Councillor Littleton?
Thank you, Mr. Duraco, for your presentation. I just have a question. Right now, short-term rentals are illegal in St. Catharines. You're aware, right?
Yes.
So you're saying for us not to make them legal, but they're already illegal and they're here. So I'm a little confused as to what your respectfully, what your suggestion is. What do you think we should do?
Well, I mean, this bylaw amendment looks to ease restrictions on short-term rentals. From the concerns forwarded to me as president of the Residents Association in this North End neighborhood, East and West, people do not want to see them legalized. So to your point, they are operating illegally now. Easing restrictions will make them easier to be established. So we would like to ensure that they aren't made legal. We know that in the Port Weller area, there are Airbnb operators who operate, according to the law and are wonderful, wonderful neighbors. We know of some on Arthur Street, for example, and they're just wonderful. It's the establishment of the possibility of the establishment of short-term rentals through people who have owned multiple residences in the neighborhood that we're concerned about.
So the folks that you're alluding to who are wonderful and are operating good businesses, they're still operating illegal businesses, though. We're clear on this, right?
No, they would be the legal B&B operators.
Oh, B&Bs. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because I'm just so right now, because I'm looking for what I'm really interested in is hearing some ideas, some solutions, because obviously it's a problem. It's a problem for neighborhoods. There's no question about it. But if it's already illegal, if we don't do something, it remains illegal and they still operate. So this is what I'm stuck on. Like, are you in favor of the licensing of them to try and bring some control? Like, is that a good step? Because
I think in the current environment, the best policy would be allocate resources to better enforcement to shut down illegal short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. DeRocco, just a quick question. You said that, like Pelham, we should not allow short-term rentals in residential areas. Does that mean that you're okay with having them in other areas like agricultural, for example, or not at all?
I can't really address that without proper research. Certainly in residential areas, we would like to see them eliminated, especially when there's multiple residences. It becomes a commercial operation with an absentee landlord running these operations. So could short-term rentals be effectively managed in other places? Possibly. I don't have enough research at this point to really address that question.
Thank you. And you mentioned B&Bs. We have a problem with short-term rentals in Port Lucie Ward, of course, as well. But we do have some B&Bs that seem to function legally and well. Is this your experience in Port Weller as well?
The ones that I'm aware of, the good ones that I'm aware of, I know there's probably speakers tonight who are on the East Port Weller side are aware of some B&B operators who are not as in compliance, let's say. So I think much like a lot of the activity that happened this summer in West Port Weller around Sunset Beach, it really is an enforcement issue that requires substantial resources.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Williamson, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Dave. You make the distinction by calling these operations as more commercial than residential. I just wondered if that's something that we should be exploring perhaps more than we are.
Well, according to what I read through the websites and through articles in crafting my response today, other jurisdictions have looked at it from a commercial perspective. If you're a homeowner or a property owner with 5 houses on one street in a neighborhood, claiming to be each one as your primary residence, we know that's ludicrous. You're running a commercial operation at that point. To get back to the first speaker's point, they're really tough to manage, especially if you're not truly residing in the property. And then, trying to oversee multiple locations. That's a commercial rental operation and should be dealt with, especially in residential areas that are not zoned for commercial operations.
Good, thank you. And in terms of the quantity of problematic rentals that you've got on your side of Port Weller, how many are we talking about, would you say?
Well, I mean, some are speculative. We just through, we're a tightly knit neighborhood. We know who lives in a house and who doesn't. This summer was particularly bad, given, it was the perfect storm with COVID and Sunset Beach being open up until mid-July. I'm aware of at least 3 that had issues, rowdiness, out-of-town guests, multiple people operating as, I'm assuming, Airbnbs.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williamson. Mr. Draco, I'm just going to ask you just a couple questions about enforcement. So currently it's illegal to have a Airbnb, if you will, in St. Catharines. And for the last 2 years, the city, and I appreciate the enforcement question, but even with enforcement, we haven't been able to get a conviction. So what is this? Can you offer a solution? Because if we head into another summer without any structure, what do we say to residents when there's no ability to charge because the court system, the level of evidence being provided, because obviously Airbnb folks who are doing things in a different way know how to skirt the system. What is your solution to residents next year when we're faced with the same situation, when they're illegal and we've got the enforcement? Because it's not it's like we are paying for enforcement, but it's the court system it's the court proceedings that make it so difficult. So do you have a solution on that?
I wish I did. I'm a little late to the game based on a lot of the complaints leading up to this meeting from local residents. But certainly making them legal, I don't see as being a solution, especially given the availability of legal Airbnb operations. It's the people that are not in compliance that are skirting the rules as they exist. I guess that maybe I'm naive to think that with the list of bylaws that the city has in regards to noise and other things, that enforcing those in a more judicious way and with more staff could help. I'm not sure if it would. The first speaker really opened my eyes to the fact of the difficulty the city has in trying to legislate these operations. But certainly looking at what we know about, owners of multiple properties in a singular neighborhood and renting them out, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps establishing some sort of law, if not making them legal. It's sort of like a marijuana issue. It's, it was not legal to buy or sell, but you weren't being charged if you were in possession. I don't know if that's a bad analogy, but something has to be done. I unfortunately don't have the solution.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, because you've been a strong voice for this, and just want to make sure that whatever we do is a solutions-based outcome, because another summer like we experienced is going to be intolerable for a lot of people. So I appreciate you coming to speak today, Mr. Duraco.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person, we have 2 people coming on next, Ashley Antadormi. I hope I get that correct, and Stephen Gillis. And I hope I got that correct too. I apologize. Sometimes I mix up names, and I do apologize for that. So if you want to just introduce yourself, and then the floor is all yours.
Hi, everyone. My name's Spencer Giles. I guess there's maybe a bit of a typo there. This is my partner, Ashley Antadormi. We want to thank each and every one of you for your time this evening. We know it's late, and this is we're nervous. We've never really done one of these before, but it was a very important matter for us being young entrepreneurs. So we wanted to come in and voice our opinion for the city of St. Catharines. So we are both residents here in St. Catharines. I myself have been here for over 5 years. Ashley was born and raised here in St. Catharines. And we've always had a business-backed mindset. And our generation, we love to travel. We use Airbnb platforms, short-term rental platforms all the time. And we've definitely seen the positive sides that it can bring to the community. There was a lot of great points from everyone tonight, and from every speaker, and we definitely understand the community's concerns, and that's why we are here to to voice our opinion and maybe educate everyone a little bit on how the short-term rental process works and why we believe it's extremely beneficial, not only for entrepreneurs, but also extremely beneficial for the economy and the city of St. Catharines as it's continuing to flourish and grow.
Yeah, so like Spencer said, I was born and raised here, elementary, high school, went to Brock University, and all throughout that time, I couldn't wait to leave St. Catharines. At that time, I felt like there was really nothing here for young people, and I'm like, after university, I'm out. And it wasn't probably 6 to 8 years ago when I really started to notice a difference in the city, and the downtown core kind of changed, and new businesses came in, and small businesses came in, and the Marine Center came in. Then there's events and concerts, and there's stuff to do, and I'm like, wow, I can really flourish here, especially as an entrepreneur. And I've stayed, and I've been here 32 years. I live in St. Catharines. We feel that, and obviously we're big into travel, and we do feel that it stimulates the economy, that bringing tourism in really stimulates the economy. We constantly are asked for recommendations on things to do and where to eat, and we're constantly sending people to our local restaurants, trying shops and all of that. People who come to St. Catharines are really looking to go to Niagara-on-the-Lake and Niagara Falls, probably 99% of the time. And I feel like they really find a gem in St. Catharines, and they find a city that's vibrant and has come into their own personality in the last few years that they weren't looking for at the time, and that they're kind of surprised about. And we find that our feedback is that they actually love our city a little more than the more touristy Niagara-on-the-Lake and Niagara Falls, which is awesome for us to see.
Yeah, just to back that point, a lot of the keyword searches, when people actually do end up staying at some of these Airbnbs in St. Catharines, they're actually searching for Niagara-on-the-Lake, the wineries, and Niagara Falls. But since it's so close, St. Catharines actually populates in that search, which means that people are staying in St. Catharines that would have never have done that. So it does provide advertisement, and it also promotes all of the local businesses that these people would not have been spending time in. They wouldn't have been dining out at these restaurants, going to these events, visiting beaches. And we believe that tourism, especially in the Niagara region, is a vital portion to keeping a city flourish. So that's one reason. I would say our main reason is we're obviously into real estate, and we've seen both ends of the spectrum, from long-term rentals and short-term rentals as well, in other cities and areas as well. Obviously, some of the negativity with long-term rentals is it's very skewed towards tenants. We've witnessed firsthand a lot of disastrous cases where they're not paying rent, they're destroying the house. And the issue is that it takes 6 to 8 months to get these people out. So one of the complaints that a lot of the residents have, and we completely understand, is noise, right? But that doesn't just limit to, say, Airbnb, for example. You could have a really bad tenant that is having parties every single night. You could have student rentals that are partying every single night. And it takes a lot longer to remove that tenant than it would to, say, remove a bad apple in a short-term rental. So we believe having policies in place to protect the host will also help protect the community, and policies such as having something where we can evict these tenants if they are breaking any bylaws, like, say, noise. Other things that we have seen very successful are putting things in like noise sensors. There's a company called Noise Aware where you can have noise sensors inside and outside of the property, which actually notifies any of the hosts or property managers the second that it goes above a specific decibel reading. So me as a host, I would get a notification and it gives me the opportunity to shut it down immediately. So that backed with a policy or a bylaw put in place that protects noise complaints and basically allows us to potentially evict any bad tenants would really, really help and would be able to make it a lot more beneficial for the community. Because look, we get it. We live here in St. Catharines. We understand. We hear a lot of the complaints, but at the end of the day, for how many current illegal Airbnbs have operated versus how many complaints, you're really only going to hear about the negativity. No one's going on Facebook and no one's calling into the city saying, hey, my next door neighbor that runs an Airbnb has really great guests, right? You're only hearing of the few bad apples and the few bad seeds. And what's really, I would say, not advertised is the positivity that it can bring in, right? And if it is run properly with security cameras, noise sensors, and it has a perimeter policy put in place, we believe that it can not only be beneficial for us as entrepreneurs, but also bring in a lot of revenue and a lot of benefits to the economy while keeping the community happy as well.
And we're not looking to be monsters. We're not bad people are trying to make community members angry. We are trying to work with the residents. We've given out our phone number a number of times to a number of neighbors who have used it, and that's great. We don't mind when people are like, hey, just so you know, the music's a little loud at that place, and we have thank you very much for telling us. So we like to be involved in the community and working with the community. We're not trying to strip it of its character or bother other people. However, we are looking to grow as entrepreneurs, and we are trying to make it, I guess. And we are concerned that the city is going to limit our growth in that way. So.
Yeah, I mean, just to wrap things up is that, obviously, we love St. Catharines, right? We live here, we want to stay here. And, if we do decide to say ban completely short-term rentals, that's going to limit us and handcuff us to really do any business, especially in real estate. And it's going to force us to, turn any potential properties into, into other types of rentals and put ourselves at risk. And it's going to make us have to go elsewhere to other cities and municipalities that are going to be more flexible and allow these types of things. But at the end of the day, like, we are full support of the community. Like, we hear, the people of Port Weller and residents, and we understand, and we do want to work with it. And that's why we came on here today. It's not something we're typically comfortable doing, but we really wanted to voice our opinion, and we want to say thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Greatly appreciate it. You did a great job. Councillor Townsend, you got the question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Spencer and Ashley. What are your thoughts on, obviously you've purchased properties, you've renovated them, cleaned up the properties, done a very nice job. What are your thoughts on a licensing program like other communities have done when it comes to these Airbnb short-term rentals?
Love it.
Great question. Yeah, like, we love it. Like, we would love for there to be a legalized process to do it and strict guidelines that we can follow. Obviously in regards to having it just to your primary residence handcuffs you, right? You can't, like, restaurant owners, if they want to open up a second restaurant, you're kind of telling them no if you're putting it to the same case for us here. But we love the idea of that, and we're all for it.
We don't want parties in these homes. Like you said, we've renovated them. We've put our heart, our soul, our money into these. We don't want parties. We are constantly vetting people to not have those. And trust me, we have turned away people that we weren't really comfortable with. Do some get through? Yes, but we do have outside cameras front and back, and we do have the noise aware in both the properties that we own to try and mitigate those.
We've had a lot of questions and concerns from residents who live beside Airbnbs. It's not necessarily your Airbnbs. How does a typical, right now with Airbnb, say you have a bad guest that comes and they're throwing a party, what type of protections, I guess, do you as a host have without, I guess, having the city involved at this point?
Yeah, so various short-term rental platforms they're very easy to work with. So if we do receive a complaint, a noise complaint, which, you know, we haven't yet, but if we do receive some sort of complaint, we can contact Airbnb and they will mediate the situation. They would essentially reach out to the guest. We could drive over to the house with police if they are actually breaking a bylaw. We haven't had that happen, but if they are actually, say, breaking the noise bylaw after 10:59 or whatever it is, we could meet them at the property, get Airbnb to mediate the situation, and you can get rid of them that night. It's that simple. Versus that's why we've seen the long-term stuff. If that happens, it takes forever. It takes tens of thousands of dollars to get these people out, and a lot of headache.
Well, thank you.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Townsend. I got Councillor Phillips and Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as rental costs in St. Catharines for Airbnbs or short-term rentals, we'll say, compared to Niagara the Lake and Niagara Falls, is it cheaper in St. Catharines than it is those other places?
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I mean, depending on the area, but it is a little bit cheaper in St. Catharines for sure. Well, property taxes definitely are a bit cheaper than Niagara and the Lake.
Right. So people are probably accessing the short-term rentals here because they're cheaper than they are in Niagara and the Lake and Niagara Falls, and then they're heading over there, spending their money over there, and coming back here too for the night.
Correct. Yeah.
I wouldn't say the spread though is that high, is that wide. So yeah, you're definitely paying a premium if you're right beside a winery. I'll give you that, or have like massive amounts of land, or depending on what other amenities that those people have. When people ask for recommendations, we give them basically strictly St. Catharines recommendations, and a lot of people, because they have to drive, people don't want to drive over into Niagara Falls or Niagara on the Lake. And to be honest, recently, personally, we prefer St. Catharines restaurants over those anyway.
Yeah, and so, and sorry to second that, we support local. Like when people book a short-term rental, and we do this all across the world. When we go to Italy, France, Germany, we want a local taste. And that's exactly what short-term rental can give to someone visiting. Obviously this year it was limited, but you know, when you have people coming from all over the world, or you get people coming from, say, the GTA that maybe are looking to downsize, they can actually get a taste of what St. Catharines has to offer. And we feel that, you know, we love that part about it. And we believe if it's run properly, it should be allowed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. And I've got Councillor Littleton and Councillor Dodge.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I just had a question. You said that you were in the long-term, you did long-term rentals before, and you switched to short-term rentals. How long ago did you do that?
How long was yours? It was like 4 years ago.
And was it, your decision was strictly because you had enough of negative tenants, bad tenants?
So we've had some bad experiences ourselves, but we also have a big community and friends that also have invested, and we've seen some really bad nightmare situations, which quite frankly really scared us. Like I said, we're young, out of university, that's not cheap, and we worked really hard to save up our money to get our first property, and we didn't want to have to go through that. Like we've seen people. I mean, luckily we haven't been too bad on the negative side, but we've seen people lose tens of thousands of dollars, and that's just in rent, and not including the damages and stuff stolen from the property. And not only that, they had to deal with the neighbors because these people were partying the whole time, and it was in a very good area. So it's just something we don't want to deal with, because like I said, we want the community to be happy, and that's why we mentioned earlier we're willing to work with everyone in the community.
And personally, I rented out my house that I'm living in now when I was doing a postgrad at Niagara College, and I had 3 roommates, and there was a few times in particular that a few roommates just stopped paying and kind of just stopped, would kind of time their visits around when they knew I'd be home. And I lost out, I believe in total, probably like 8 months rent, because eventually I was like, honestly, just leave. Like they're not going to pay me. I can't afford to go through small claims or anything to get that money back. I have no rights. So I ended up having to just kind of eat that cost, and it was a hassle, and it wasn't fun.
So some of the issues that we hear is about people not like yourselves that live in our community, but might be absentee landlords or absentee B&B owners. As you know, it is illegal to own an Airbnb in St. Catharines. And so the concern becomes then is you're talking about these noise meters and what have you. Let's say I'm Bob and I live in Toronto. Let's just pick Toronto. And I bought real estate here and I'm going to run an Airbnb. I don't care about noise meters. I don't care about parties. I don't care about parking. I don't care because I don't live here. And the other thing is, I know my tenants or my tenants are going to be gone in 3 days. So, oh well. How do you think the city then can make sure that those Airbnbs, those operators who are not you, don't cause problems? Because the reason why we're here is because we're having problems. So what would you say to us as a solution, or what do you think that we can do?
I believe other municipalities have used it almost like a demand point system, which we're open to as well. And I think that's actually a pretty good idea because we don't want any of those things. And we plan to be very diligent about ours, but I understand if someone's not as diligent as us, we do think that they should be reprimanded. We don't want to just go free range with these short-term rentals. And we have heard some demerit points where a certain amount of complaints or certain things, X amount of demerit points, then once you go down to 0 or whatever, you can't, you lose your license or you can't operate.
We just don't think it's fair that a few bad apples can ruin it for the people that want to do it properly. That's all.
Oh, absolutely. Here's my question though. Once you lose all your demerit points and then you lose your license, we're kind of back to where we are right now, where they're illegal and yet they're still being run. So what would we do in that instance?
Well, that comes down to whatever you guys determine would be the penalty, right? I mean, obviously you have to penalize at that point, and having something in place that's whether it be a fine if it's not handled properly, or any type of action for you guys to take that's substantial enough that they won't try to bend the rules in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Councillor Dodge, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, thank you for coming this evening. I understand from what you're saying that you own more than one Airbnb. Are any of them your primary residence at this time?
Yep, one of them is.
And how does that work when you go to rent it out for your short-term rentals?
So obviously, since we have multiple, and Ash has her house here, I set it up online. I keep the calendar open. Obviously, previous to COVID, I traveled a lot for work. So when I was away, it was a nice supplementary income. Now, just because this year has been very tough, whenever I get a booking, I come here. To be honest, that's what I've been doing right now. And just because it does supplement the income, and it eventually, allows me to grow and hopefully grow the business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Okay, that seems to be it for the questions for both of you. Thank you very much for your presentation and for coming to council and sharing your experience. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then next we have on our list, I believe it's Miss Linda Crouch. And Miss Linda Crouch will be joining us. And just want to, as we head into the presentation, just remind everybody, 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for the presentation. Welcome, Ms. Crouch.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sanzik. I'm here tonight to inform you about Port Weller East, where I live. I'm also with the Port Weller Residents Association. We are ground zero for seeing what can happen if City Council tonight votes to do a carte blanche citywide zoning bylaw amendment. Right now on Little Lakeside Drive, there are 5 illegal Airbnbs in an area of only 7 houses. That is 5 Airbnbs in one block. One very small Airbnb here sleeps 16 people. It is on a 30-foot lot. So imagine the proximity to all the neighbors and the lack of parking. Imagine those 16 people partying like a frat house, disrupting the neighbors' quality of life, as they have reported happens from May 24th to Labor Day. How many Airbnbs does it take to actually ruin a neighborhood? 4 of these Airbnbs here are owned by one person who's a realtor, a businessman. not a homeowner trying to make ends meet. I have verified this ownership by conducting title searches, so I'm 100% sure of my facts. I also know for a fact that these Airbnbs have been rented out all summer despite being illegal, as every day this summer, the neighbors and I all note the cars in the driveway having GTA license plates, Toronto, Woodbridge, Peel. Yes, all of the COVID hot zones. Then when the time comes that the regular homeowners get fed up, they sell. This drives the price up of housing because the Airbnb buyers outbid you because it will make thousands of dollars each month on rentals. The result, more Airbnbs in the same neighborhood, of course, with a citywide amendment. So there goes the argument of St. Catharines being more affordable to live in because the opposite happens. There goes the argument of retaining the integrity of our residential neighborhoods. By doing this amendment citywide, there will be nowhere safe to live in the city to avoid an Airbnb from popping up right beside you. Pelham banned Airbnbs from all residential areas in July, making each homeowner apply for a zoning amendment on a case-by-case basis. That makes sense. That is the only way to stop ruining our beautiful city with being overrun by Airbnbs. Incredibly, this amendment allows renters to create an Airbnb. By doing that, the renters state that it is their principal residence. So you allow business people like what we have here in Port Weller to create a conglomerate, as they themselves do not need to qualify each Airbnb as their principal residence. How can the city's bylaw officers possibly police these sham rentals to discover if people are actually living there? And if you have instead one Airbnb per registered owner, then you are not creating this loophole. Port Weller was set out in 1913 on 30-foot lots. That should be taken into consideration when looking at a citywide amendment. Please do not sell the quality of life for our city's unique neighborhoods in favor of business people like our mega Airbnb owner here. In order to make out-of-towners happy, please have our visitors stay where they are best served, in regular B&Bs with the homeowner present, or patronizing our hotels that do not need you to create so much new competition for them, especially in this difficult economic time. Please think of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crouch. Greatly appreciated. And we have Councillor Townsend with a question.
Hi, Ms. Crouch. Thank you for coming in tonight. Appreciate your presentation. I guess my question to you is, right now, it's illegal to operate short-term rental in the city, and we see what's happening right now. Whereas if we were to implement a bylaw and a licensing program, it would give the city the opportunity and to regulate these types of things. And is there? I'm hoping you can comment on that a little bit. It sounds like you would be against any licensing and any type of bylaw allowing it, but right now we have a problem and we're trying to find solutions here. So if there's any other solutions that you have, I'm wondering if you could share them with us.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you very much for the question. I'm not against licensing or allowing it. What I am against is the citywide application instead of a zoning amendment case by case, which is what, for instance, Pelham and other places do, which allows the neighborhood to have input, which stops you from having, let's say, 5, 6 Airbnbs on one neighborhood. So what to do? I heard that was asked before. So one of the things, okay, what we can do is have the stop the renters from applying as their principal residents instead of having. If you just have homeowners do that, then you can police that. Also do them on a case-by-case basis. And much more enforcement needs to happen to even address the current Airbnbs. That's the problem now. That's why they're not getting even reported, because people here say that when they make a complaint, nothing happens. They're told that the city, because the city doesn't have enforcement at night and weekends, that's when the problem is. So the city bylaw officers, when they say when they go on a weekday, people aren't there anymore. So obviously there's an enforcement problem. with even the, when I was speaking to the planning department today, they said roughly 300 Airbnbs that we have in St. Catharines right now. And they
That's
calculate,
Niagara wide.
oh, that's Niagara wide?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought that when I asked that question today, I thought it was specific. But yes, if we can't be policing what we have now, why on earth would we make this citywide when we don't have a handle on how to work it now? Like you can make it a licensed
The reason I bring it up, and I'm going to just through the mayor again, the reason I bring it up is there's 2 times where I've heard reference to the ban in Pelham, and I'm on Airbnb right now, and there are 4 Airbnbs available right now in Pelham. So clearly, even though they have a ban put into effect in Pelham, there is still opportunity for people to book Airbnbs. So even if we in St. Catharines were to put in a ban, we would still be able to, like, people would still be listing these, and it would stay right now as status quo. So we're trying to come up obviously with a scenario that protects those people living in neighborhoods like Port Weller with a licensing demerit point system, which we believe this would give the city more control over these types of listings. But I thank you for coming in tonight, and I appreciate you sharing your solutions with
can
us.
I just comment on one thing that you said there, if you don't mind,
Sure.
please?
Yes.
About the Airbnbs in Pelham, it's not that they're banned outright. They're just banned in residential areas. So they're in, agricultural areas, rural areas, etc. So there certainly are them, and there's the opportunity for them to exist when the registered owner of the property applies for a zoning bylaw amendment and in a residential area. And that's really what I'm suggesting would be best here. Because if you do it in case by case basis, rather than citywide, you don't end up with, a lot of these problems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Porter, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, Linda Crouch. Thank you for joining us on Zoom and describing what's happening in your neighborhood. I don't think you get much disagreement about all of the problems that have arisen in the community because of Airbnbs. But I think we're here trying to figure out the solution. And the staff report and the recommendations seem to be aligned with some of the City of Toronto's recommendations and seem to be aligned with an organization or a coalition called Fairbnb. And one of the requirements is that under the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, the person running the business has to live in the residence, or it would be their primary residence, which I think is actually quite a reasonable amendment and something that Fairbnb recognizes is a good idea. They understand that they can't ban Airbnbs. It's not feasible, and they need to provide some people the opportunity to possibly have some supplementary income. And I think it's a way of trying to stop kind of the massive accumulations of capital that are happening right now in the real estate market and making life unaffordable. So would you consider some of the changes? I know it's citywide, but if you require that the resident has to live in the house where the Airbnb is being rented, do you think that is a good mitigation strategy? Wouldn't it be easier to deal with your neighbor if they're actually living in the house and you're facing some of these problems? Thanks.
I think that's a great starting point. But for instance, on the city's Engage stcatharines.ca website, where people could ask questions and get answered by city staff before this report was prepared, someone from out of town said they bought a house on my street, and they bought it specifically to be an Airbnb, even though it wasn't legal yet. And they plan to be away for 6 months of the year. So they're a registered owner, but that doesn't really solve it or place it. I mean, we don't know how we'll be able to get a hold of these people when they have, this is like virtually across the street from me, that, when there's issues certainly in a 6-month rental, there's going to be issues at some point. So
For sure. And yes.
Closing the renter thing is, I think, essential for one thing. Having it be the principal residence, if there's some way you can define that, I think is important as well.
Sure. If you did say that there's somebody who purchased 4 properties in the neighborhood as Airbnbs, and they don't live in the neighborhood. So under the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, that would not be allowed. Like if the person can't live in 4 separate houses, and that's not possible, right? So so does this sound at least reasonable to you? And you know, folks still pay residential property taxes when they're running these businesses. So a licensing scheme and hopefully in the future, a municipal accommodation tax done right through the Airbnb platform and other platforms could bring in the revenue required to do the enforcement needed, and sometimes after hours and on the weekends. We currently, I believe, have 4 bylaw officers, and we're facing more and more complaints. So I think we're looking for a way to restrict, bring in additional revenue, and find a way to enforce. And we're not sure how else to do this because they exist today when it's illegal, and I think that they'll just proliferate. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that.
Well, sorry, there's a lot that's in there. I wonder about people who are illegally operating already. And when you go citywide, so big, they're going to be lost in the shuffle and not necessarily enforced because bylaw. Right now, bylaw officers are swamped. They were swamped with Sunset Beach in the summer when they had to be hired parking. Then you instituted no parking regulations in Port Weller, but then it wasn't getting enforced because there weren't enough bylaw officers. And here we're not getting things enforced. Like for instance, we had just around the corner from me, a 3-acre parcel of weeds that grew 6 feet high that were complained about in May because it's an annual problem. They didn't get cut down till September. And that was despite having several complaints into bylaw. So there's clearly nowhere near enough bylaw officers that you would need to enforce something that goes as big as citywide. That's why I'm suggesting if you just go on a case-by-case basis instead, then you are not creating this problem for people in the city by carte blanche creating it everywhere. You can apply more bylaw officers as needed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for coming to speak to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crouch. Greatly appreciated. And so we'll move on to the next speaker. And we're looking at Mr. Brian Grant, the final speaker for this evening's public meeting.
Okay. I don't know if, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know how to start video here.
Okay, so is
It's
Evan
been disabled.
Is Evan on? Evan, yep. Open you out.
Yeah, hi there, Brian. Now this morning when we did the test, you were on your iPhone. If you're still on your iPhone, the start video.
I am. I'm hitting the start video, but it says you cannot start video because the host has disabled it. I think that was because I was screwing up at the beginning.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, the host has asked you to start.
Again,
okay,
hold
on. Now I'm starting. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
Okay. All right, guys. Sorry, my notes are really scattered on this. I am the realtor. I'm also the Newport guy that they've been talking about. So my notes are kind of scattered. I just want to go over everything with you and then everyone can ask questions afterwards. So let me start out, but they're going to be a little scattered. So sorry about that. Okay. So I feel just to kind of debut the last lady that was on things. When things are run properly, why would you want to limit one property to one person? It doesn't make sense. So if someone runs one business, awesome. Why would you want to stop them there? It seems that these people are having a problem, not with Airbnbs, with maybe how they're run. Airbnbs, I feel, are a blessing Okay, I've been on both sides of the rental business. I've actually cashed out all my family rentals and either turned them into Airbnbs or bed and breakfasts in all different cities, because literally the landlord tenant board dictates everything, and all of the laws are directed towards the tenants. So I know I'm not sure if anyone owns rental properties here, but as the last gentleman on before her was speaking, he really covered a lot of points that, like, I had a friend rent a house out on Yates Street, which is a beautiful heritage street in the city, and was destroyed because he had a drug dealer move in and you can't get them out. That's the beauty of Airbnb, is that it's nightly. You can kick them out if you don't like the smell of their breath. Okay, so it really supersedes the bent rules of the landlord tenant board here. As per people saying that we're taking away affordable housing from people, I can promise you that no Airbnb is taking away from any affordable housing. Okay, I don't see people driving down 3 hours to stay in subsidized housing or townhouses. They're staying in something that offers a beautiful topography that our region is very unique for. Wineries, vineyards, lakefront properties. That's what people are coming down to stay. They're coming down to spend money. We're taking money from Toronto and bringing tourism here. Okay. As per so as I said before, when you get a bad tenant, you're not getting them out. Okay, they can cause tons of damage to the property. My friend went through $60,000 in damage, and he took them to court. He won, and good luck getting it from him, because the reason why he's a renter is because he doesn't have any equity. He didn't have anything, so he won the court case. And he can't get back. He can't get that money back. So pretty much, he's just dusting his hands at the end. It's his loss. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so if an Airbnb is run properly, it's gonna really, this whole argument ends with a noise aware system. They must be mandatory. The reason why is because my property's on Newport. My neighbors had a vendetta against me. I don't know whether it was jealousy or what happened, because there was a couple cases that did happen that, you know, before the noise aware systems were implemented. Yeah, there were some complaints, and I dealt with those. Since noise aware, I have now documentation. So if a noise goes above a certain decibel level, you know, a couple whispers outside past 10 p.m., it's documented. So if I ever get any fake calls to the bylaw officer, it's all documented right there. So I really also, after this meeting, I think you guys should also look at imposing a rule or a fine for fake calls. If someone has a noise aware system, I think that should be also a fear that, you know, you can't just call on people for no reason just because you don't like them. Okay, so I think that should be also taken into account. Ample parking, 100%. That needs to be monitored, and that's monitored through the Nest systems with video cameras. Okay, so whether I'm on the property or whether I'm in Bahamas, I can still manage 8 different properties at the same time, just all through these systems. If there's ever an alert that goes off past a certain decibel level, or there's more parking or more guests than allowed it, my property manager is on that. Okay, so the beauty of Airbnb. The last lady, I couldn't believe what I didn't believe what she said. She said that, why are we taking away business from these big corporations and hotels? We're knocking out the big guys? I didn't understand that. During a time of pandemic, we need really other avenues to make money right now. As all the restaurants are getting shut down right now, as Mayor Walters said, like, things are happening right now that are beyond our control, beyond rationality. So we need to band together in a time like this and look for other avenues where we can all pull together so that we're all not sitting on CERB in a year. Okay. The licenses. Okay, so demerit points, how it works in Blue Mountain, demerit points works fantastic. So if you have, before Airbnb, these rentals in Blue Mountain were literally run by three or four monopolized companies, and they were just party houses. Airbnb comes into play, and it's literally like a profile. It's a resume of someone renting. If I rent to someone a long-term house for a year, you don't know what you're getting in there. You're getting partiers, you're getting frat houses. You could get a Hells Angels penthouse for all you know that is renting that house. You don't have any control over it. With Airbnb, again, they're gone in a night if we don't like them, if they're bad, if they break any rules. We are in total control, not the broken rules of the landlord tenant board. So it really puts us in a driver's seat to get rid of the scum. Okay. So the demerit point system works out there. The noise aware system with the documentation, it really fixes everything that, you know, that could come up, I feel. Let's see here. Sorry, guys. Again, I said I'm pretty scattered here. Like, I think a lot of the people that are coming here with complaints right now really don't know how bad it could actually get. I'm not sure if any of them lived on Jacobson Street, but those are all long-term rentals, student homes. We can turn them into frat houses, things that you don't want these neighborhoods being torn apart by that. The people that are coming there now are people here to spend money, bring their pets that they can't stay in hotels with, have great family vacations, you know, and that's what we want. Let's see here. Okay. Also, is there any way, if the property has the proper vetting and the proper noise aware systems and the Nest camera systems, is there any way to maybe, if there is a penalty, issue the tenant or the person staying there? I don't know. That could be another option. But I think after an owner gets a certain amount of warnings, then that's with the demerit point system that, you know, this person's pushed past that. If they don't have a noise aware system that they can really use as their proof, saying that they didn't go above and beyond the decibel level, then they should be fined, you know, and that's a demerit, points be taken off. I think in Blue Mountain, we have 10 demerit points and every infraction is 3. So essentially within one year period, if you lose that, that's gone for the year.
Okay, so we do have a number of questions that we have from counselors, so that may
Please
help flesh out some of the
100%.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. I've got a number of counselors, so I'm going to start with Councillor Phillips.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Grant, you talk about having multiple properties. How many properties do you own in St. Catharines that you're presently operating as a short-term rental?
As a short-term rental, about 4.
All in Port Weller?
Nope.
Oh, how many do you have in Port Weller?
3.
Okay. And about what do you charge for say a weekend rental on a place?
On the new one, on one, it depends on what time of year it is. In the summertime, obviously that's peak season. Also, oh, sorry, another thing, beautiful thing about Airbnb is that we're energy efficient. These houses are only being rented for 6 months, maybe of the year. Our heat costs go down, everything, because when the tenants leave, we turn down the Nest system, so they're energy efficient. As per nightly rental, it depends on the time of year. Let's say in middle of July, on a luxury place that sleeps 16 people, you're looking at probably about $75 a person it would work out to.
So if you have 16 people staying in a place, how many bedrooms do you have in there?
Generally, you'd have 8 bedrooms in a suite like that.
So that you'd have enough parking in the new bylaw, you'd have enough parking to accommodate that without on-street parking?
If I had a property, every one of my properties would suit to the would accommodate the new bylaw.
Okay. And how many nights a year are you renting pretty well?
Generally, the ones in Port Weller are about 150 nights a year. My ones in Blue Mountain or Niagara on Lake, depending on the seasons. If it, you know, St. Catharines and Port Weller is a little more seasonal. Blue Mountain is about 3 seasons, so you get a little more pull there.
Okay.
So in St. Catharines, sorry, 160 days. Blue Mountain is generally, you know, different cities are 220.
Okay, and an average of $75 a resident
per person. Yeah. So during the summer months, you'd bring in roughly, you know, like on a night like that, you're looking at probably $1,100 a night.
Wow, good deal for you. If the upcoming bylaws passed regarding the house owner or the long-term renter, which obviously you're not going to want to do because you're just telling us how long-term rentals destroy places.
Yep.
So the house owner has to be your primary residence. In the bylaw coming up, and you own, obviously your own 3 probably coming into 4. How's that going to affect you? How are you going to handle that?
Well, I didn't plan on that, but I mean, again, I could rent a long term. It just probably wouldn't be as favorable as the people I would have in short term. I can get people in rent by room. I can rent it to multiple families. You don't want it's not. I don't think it would be as suitable as that, or I could sell them. It's an option too. But yeah, I probably won't sell them. But I just don't think the people that I would have in there would be the same as, and I wouldn't have control over it like I have with a short-term accommodation. If I rent out to a corporation and they give it as their weekend giveaway at night on weekends and stuff like that to their staff, then it's pretty much a designated party house and it's under a long-term lease. So it really isn't have to do anything with a lease. It's how it's set up. It has nothing to do, and it can go. That's what I'm saying is that a short-term accommodation is heaven sent, because if he's causing a problem in the neighborhood, they're gone that night.
Okay.
Long-term, you can't get them out. 6 to 8 months, as the gentleman said before.
I was surprised when I in Ms. Devlin's presentation that they said we only had 52 complaints this year. I think I made 50 of them. How do you feel when I tell you that of all the Airbnb residents or the short-term rental residences in my ward in Grantham, most of my concerns came from your addresses in Port Weller East.
I can guarantee that.
You can guarantee that, okay.
Yeah.
So you're aware of those complaints, and what have you done to appease the residents? And these complaints aren't coming from one person; they're coming from a variety of my residents over there.
It's coming from four of them,
at least.
Yeah, they band together. They actually had they went around grouping up people together. I'm building that new house that was really, really big there, next to the really small one.
I've seen.
Yep. So essentially, they've done a whole bunch of things to try and put a kibosh on that. The reason that is that I had elderly friends of mine staying in the one house, the little house right next to theirs, and they actually sold me their house on 47 Lakeside. They kicked them out and used the back door, saying that the son was moving into it, to kick them out. They didn't end up kicking them out. Then they came to me and asked for my advice on how to rent it out on Airbnb. So that was kind of what started that off on the wrong path there. Then they made a Facebook post dragging my house down, where people said they were going to burn and piss on my house, even though I had done nothing illegally.
All right.
I literally built in the.
Watch the language.
Oh, sorry. I'm just quoting what they did on Facebook, but that's yeah. So essentially, they said they were going to burn and pee on my home, and which I had not done anything wrong illegally. I literally was given the footprint, and that's what I was maximized to what I could build there. And that's what I wanted to build. So
I've seen it as a monster home that's been shoehorned into a lot. Are you going to use that as an Airbnb?
No, it's my primary.
That's going to be your primary. So, okay. So you won't be renting that out as an Airbnb. You're going to be a resident of Port Weller East.
As of right now, I will be.
Okay. And have you ever instructed guests not to give information to a bylaw enforcement officer when they come to a door?
No, I have not.
Okay, because in some instances, our bylaw enforcement officers, not necessarily your place, I'm not saying that, but they have knocked on doors and been told by guests who are there, oh, you're from the city, we've been told not to talk to you, or, well, my uncle owns the place and it's legally to come here. So, as far as short-term rentals are concerned, you're a real estate agent. I have a couple of friends who are real estate agents who are saying they have a lot of people looking for houses, but there just aren't the houses available. So you don't believe that the fact that there's a lot of short-term rentals being used for this is causing a shortage of sales in St. Catharines?
No, if you look at online, all my short-term rentals are on for sale right now.
They're up for sale. All your short-term
Yes,
rentals
they
are
are.
up.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen the for sale signs on your houses. Okay.
I don't put them up because that would scare off guests, but they are online listed for sale.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So I always like to do it. If I get the right, if I get the right price that I'm looking for, then I will sell it.
Okay. Well, I encourage you to try and work with the neighbors in Port Weller.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Littleton, you're up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, there's a lot to unpack here with questions. I just want to go back to the comments about the rentals. I'm sorry, this is a lot. You used to have long-term rentals and you got out of that market because you didn't like the dealing with landlord and tenant board. Is that correct?
No, it was more or less because when you own a family rental property, you really don't own it, the tenants do. So like I had people not paying rent and they were on all-inclusive rates and I couldn't do anything. I went in there, I was like, I'm watching my bills get rang out. These people haven't paid me in 3 months. I went in there and shut off the power. In 20 minutes, the police are there. I'm like, well, I'm paying this and these people are not paying for it. It just really was frustrating that I put all my heart and soul into these places. I renovate them, I do them nice, and I get walked all over. So after that was the last straw, and I switched to short term.
So when a tenant is late on rent, do you issue an N4 the next day?
Not at all.
You don't ask, you don't. Oh, okay. Because I found personally
I've done like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to mention that the N4 process seems to work really well because then they are given, 7 to 10 days to pay the rent. Then they don't pay it. Then you can go to landlord and tenant board, which is a judicial process, as you know. And then the landlord and tenant board can rule on that. So I'm just wondering, have you ever gone through that process?
Tons of times. Went to the landlord tenant board probably about 15, 20 times. The amount of times I've won, probably about 15, 20 times. The amount of times I've collected, 0.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So would it make sense that if I have, well, let's use me. I have 4 rental properties in St. Catharines. If I decided to go into the Airbnb business, which as we've established is illegal right now in the city of St. Catharines, that those 8 units, they're all duplexes, would come off the rental market then. So therefore the rental market would have 8 less rental units. Would you agree with that?
No. So essentially Airbnb is not used for day-to-day travel and not used for duplexes, townhouses, anything like that. Airbnb is all about an experience, at least for my personal taking. And that's what I love about it. Every one of my properties is totally different. So I'll have a wine house in Blue Mountain. I'll have a chalet. So I'll have a deer head on the fireplace, different things. When people are renting Airbnb, they look for an experience and some sort of topography. They're not looking to stay on Division Street or, they're not looking for just a general thing. They have hotels for that. So Airbnb is really about a host personalizing experience. And that's what it's all about.
So Mr. Grant, it sounds like you provide an experience. I think for other travelers, myself included, when I've stayed in an Airbnb, it's because I'm traveling with 2 kids up to do a soccer tournament or something like that. I'm just looking for a place to stay. So I just want to make the point that when we have rental properties that transition out of long-term rentals and go into short-term rentals, Airbnb, VBRO, whatever it might be, that takes housing stock out of the long-term rental market, not just the experience market. You're a realtor. Does that make sense?
100%. If someone buys a house for a long term, but I have just as many people looking to buy short-term accommodations as long-term. People do not want to deal with the headache of dealing with a day-to-day tenant. They don't know how it works. They don't have a turnkey system. So just as many people that you have thinking that are just buying these houses up for Airbnb and swooping at all the normal rental markets, no, I have another hand for all those people looking for the long-term rentals. And student rentals and duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, all and many different avenues of all rentals. Airbnb is not taking over. It's really just taking over. It's giving people that couldn't afford a property in Muskoka or couldn't afford a waterfront property or a weekend property to get away in, but still want to use it for their own and still make money and maintain that property, an opportunity. I buy properties on Airbnb because I want to stay in them too, but I can't afford myself to have that just as a weekend house. I need to supplement my income. But then 3-4 times a year, I get to go and stay in that house. I get to offer it to my clients. Hey, you want to come down wine tasting for the weekend? I'm going to put them up.
Okay. But if a house is only being occupied for 6 months of the year, we have a housing crisis here in the city. If the houses are sitting half empty for the year, we're contributing to the housing problem by doing that, are we not?
Totally understand. It also depends on what echelon of house that you're talking about. All of my houses that I put on Airbnb are 700,000-800,000 plus. So if those people are like, I'm not really, I don't think I'm taking away from those houses from those people.
So you mentioned that you have some homes in Port Weller. Are these the ones that have 8 bedrooms?
No, those ones I think have like 5 or 6. I'm talking about the 8-bedroom ones. I have big ones in Bahamas, in Collingwood, and Venezuela.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not interested at all in Venezuela and Bahamas because we have no jurisdiction there whatsoever, even Muskoka. Yeah. In Port Weller, they 5 or 6 bedrooms. We're not sure, or we are just giving an average here.
6-bedroom ones?
Okay, 6 bedrooms. How many parking spots do you provide in those units?
There's 8 parking.
8 parking? Okay. Okay, I think, so if we were, what we're looking at in terms of making the bringing in the zoning bylaw tonight, also includes having owner occupied Airbnbs, which would cause a problem if you're not living in the 5 or 6 bedroom houses in Port Weller. Yeah. So what do you think? Would you just continue to, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot because you're operating the Airbnbs now. Do you think this is going to do anything for us to help curb some of the issues that we have with them?
Well, I would like to know what's the rational reason behind doing that. If someone's running a business properly and good, we fix the problem. We don't need to limit that person to, it's like saying if someone's running a McDonald's or Tim Hortons franchise, great. You can only buy one. You can only be so successful, guys. That's it. It does. We're in a land of opportunity. I think that if someone's running a business properly and that it's monitored and they have it, they're checking off all the concerns, why limit to the one property?
Right, but they're not being run well. This is why we're here, right? I said to the young couple who we wouldn't even be discussing this if everything was run well and people were taking care of the property. That's the problem that we're in. So what do you suggest?
I know, yeah. So I made that in my first statement. All the problems are solved right off the bat with the noise aware systems becoming mandatory in the property. That's a documentation system and a recording system that will cancel out fake bylaw calls and answer anyone's concerns when the bylaw officer comes, because the decibel level will be, so if you set a certain decibel at 30 decibels past 10 p.m., it's recording. You're good to go. So if the bylaw officer comes and says, sir, you have a noise complaint at 11:15 p.m., your decibel level is 80. Okay, the owner goes to his record. Oh, you're right, sir, I'm in the wrong. You find me.
Okay, so you're suggesting that we would make it mandatory to have these monitoring systems.
110%, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Noise aware system is $10 a month, small sound sheet, and then Nest camera systems. That way the owners and the landlords and the property managers have no way of talking their way out of it.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor. And we're now moving on to Councillor Kushner, I believe, is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have to Mr. Grant is you've got several homes, several houses, and if they were not considered to be legal, if you could not get a license, would you continue to operate them?
No, I could put students in them.
You can put students in Port Weller?
Yep.
From where? From Brock?
Yep, I can put them Welland. I can make it rooming houses. There's a lot of ways that just as the landlord tenant board rules against, like it goes on the side of the tenants, I just don't want to make them, I don't want to destroy my houses. I really don't want to. And the short-term accommodation thing really allows me to be my own boss in my own property. As I said before, if I rent them out long-term and sign a lease, I'm out of control. The city's out of control. bylaws out of control. The police are out of control. You can't kick someone out. Landlord supersedes it all. You can't even kick someone out in the middle of winter. That's the problem, guys. Like, really, short-term accommodation allows me to kick someone out in the middle of winter if they're causing a problem. This really alleviates any concerns that I feel. Sorry.
I certainly agree with you that the landlord-tenant act is unfair to landlords. And that's one reason why people are not investing in homes to rent. But I'll share an experience with student housing in South St. Catharines. When they're owner occupied and they're renting to students, there were virtually no problems. But then when people bought the homes, converted them to student houses, and did not live in them, then that's when our problems began. So I see the
100%.
So I see the same thing happening with short-term rentals.
That's how I started out my business, was with student houses. I know it in and out. Trust me, sir. And what I can tell you right now is all those problems that you have on Jacobson, Masterson, go to those houses and let me know how many of them have noise aware systems. 0. I can promise you that. So noise aware really is a must in this business. And no matter how many properties that person owns, noise aware has to be mandated. It has to be, because it's a recording system and it's a documentation system of everything that's happened that night. So we can't control what happens. We don't want to have a control over the people that are having a good time in the house. We're not babysitters. But when it goes outside after a certain time, yes, the neighbors must be respected. And that's what noise aware ensures.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Kushner, we got Councillor Porter's next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Grant. So you talked about your business or other businesses who get to operate in the city. Those other businesses pay commercial property taxes and licenses, and they're regulated, and depending on what the business is, they might need to get a visit from public health. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on how it's okay for someone to own what's essentially a business, because you're using the real estate as a commodity for you to accumulate wealth. But you're not paying commercial property taxes, you're not paying licenses, you're not paying fees, and you're operating illegally. So do you understand the city's position when we have to provide municipal services to our residents? But there seems to be a bit of an unfairness in this. I wonder if you could comment on that for me, please.
Sure. What do you think commercial property taxes or commercial taxes would be opposed to my generic residential property taxes? I pay almost $12,000 per property per year just in residential property taxes.
So commercial property taxes are certainly higher than residential property tax rates.
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel that it is a commercial business. All of my properties are, though, commercially insured just for the liability aspect. But I don't feel that it's a commercial business. I think it's just the same as renting out a house long term. What's the difference whether it's 1 day or 30?
Well, you just said there's a massive difference for you between renting out a house long term and renting out a house short term, that you could kick people out in the middle of winter. You're not in, you have issues with the landlord tenant legislation in Ontario. And I'm wondering if you could tell us what the difference is in, maybe this is too much of a personal question, but there must be a massive difference between the income related to short-term rentals and the income that related to long-term rentals. I think you touched on that, but what's the difference for you?
Well, it's not that much. It's in peak seasons. On a whole yearly annual basis, it's not that much more. It's more or less a control thing, a power thing, that you have the power to own your own home opposed to having the tenants own your home. That's pretty much what it is. It might work out to about a 15% more in the year end overall. But depending on how you go, if you're all inclusive or if you're plus bills, it's generally about a 15% overall better with Airbnb. But I don't do it because of that. I do it because it's more or less, if there's an issue, I can take control of it.
Thank you. How many times have you kicked out a short-term renter for partying? How many times have you gone to the house and just gone in and just shut it down and kicked them out?
Twice.
Okay. Recently in this summer?
No, this summer after I got noise aware systems, I'd say midsummer, I didn't have to do that once. We did have to go to the house. My wife was helping me out with that. She did go to the one house at 11 o'clock, gave them a warning, and then said if they come back again, then they're gone. They were quiet the rest of the night.
Thank you. And just after listening to you, is it fair to say that you see like your business, you treat real estate as a commodity and an investment and a way for you to accumulate wealth rather than like treating these houses as a home?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Is in terms of how you perceive your properties, are you treat them as an investment, like a commodity or a way for you to build wealth rather than you're not building or buying these homes to provide a home for somebody else. It's really a business. Am I correct in that statement?
Yeah, business or hobby. Yeah.
Sure. And I guess at the end of the day, do you understand the position that the municipality is in when we're expected to provide services for homeowners and we get some massive strains on our city staff and bylaw enforcement in issues like these, and we are looking for ways to enforce or possibly bring in more revenue because do you think it's fair that if you're making a I'm not finished.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Is it fair that when a business is making a lot of money but only paying residential property tax rates, that the municipality is forced to find ways to manage this and make things fair?
Well, no, because the municipality isn't really dealing with all the stuff that I'm dealing with. I'm still paying income tax on the income that's brought in. That's all that the municipality isn't doing anything different.
Yeah.
They're not plowing twice. They're not shoveling twice. Now, as per the bylaw stuff, the noise aware should abolish all that. So if they're made mandatory, let's abolish that. Also, on top of that, all the Airbnbs right now in the city are illegal. They're not paying any tax to the property tax. So if we implement something where they are paying a licensing fee, at least all these people that are operating illegally will feel some sort of onus that they have to pay that. And I think that's a great income for the city.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. I just want to point out that when you have 18 people staying in your property overnight, you have 18 people flushing the toilet, 18 people using our municipal water services. So there is the municipality, we are supporting your business and things need to be fair. So I'll finish with that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Just with the municipality, we are still paying for that water usage, right?
Okay, Councillor Dodge, looks like you're wrapping up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. You touched a lot about the noise and this noise detector. And
yes.
Unfortunately, that's not the only complaints that we do receive about Airbnbs. I mean, it is one of them. But when you have the noise detector, who sets the decibel for how loud is not loud enough or too loud?
You do.
You do? Okay, so you regulate that yourself?
100%. And it's monitored by your phone and also your property manager.
Okay, so how do you come about with this regulation of what's too noisy and what's not too noisy?
Hein, what is the decibel level on the houses? I think it's above pretty much what we're talking right now. After 10 o'clock, if we go louder than what we're talking right now, it will set off the level. I think it's about 30 decibels or something like that.
Okay, and then what about outdoors?
That is outdoor. Indoor, I don't bother the people. They can party as long as they want, as long as it doesn't reach 30 decibels outdoor.
Okay, so somehow that regulates whether it's inside or outside the noise level?
Well, if the sensor is on the outside, then it's going to regulate anything coming from the inside of the house.
Okay, so if you have a situation with that noise decimal thing, do you automatically go there to deal with it, or do you wait for complaints?
No, not at all. So essentially, it's going to alert someone that someone's outside. So generally, we'll get alerted at 11 o'clock or something like that, and people talking. That will usually be a smoke break because people are not allowed to smoke in the house. So we'll hear something like that. If it starts going a little louder, we'll check the cameras. The cameras get checked. If there's 3 or 4 people out there, we give a phone call to the person that made the reservation. If they don't answer, then we initiate the property manager to go over there. So that's all wrapped up within 20 minutes, and someone's over there within 20 minutes of that alert going off. If they do not answer their phone.
Okay, so and when you talk about your parking at your B&B or your short-term rentals, do you have sufficient parking at all of your locations?
Sufficient enough to host that many people, yes.
Sufficient enough to hold that. So, and then how would you propose that we deal with people that break the rules that maybe you don't see as a rule breaking thing? What controls would you put in place to have us
give me an example of the rule that's broken?
Okay, so let's say you just said that it's a smoke break. You have 18 people in the house, and all of a sudden now 18 people are outside smoking. And Port Weller, they're 30-foot lots, so you're infringing on maybe the neighbors, whether or not they have the right to enjoy their property when you have 18 people smoking outside their door or their patio. How would you control that? Or how do you think that's fairly controlled?
Well, I mean, 18 smokers, I don't know that many people would just go into the house and all smoke, but yeah, I can understand in that kind of scenario, what would happen is essentially the same thing I told you. Within 20 minutes, someone would be there if they didn't answer their phone. And that's something that we can control, opposed to someone owning that property free and clear and just being a partier and listening to house music all the time at all times. And at least we can kick them out. That's all I'm saying, is at least we can get those 18 smokers out that night.
Okay. And how does that work? How does that work where you get these people out?
Very, very simple. It runs, I mean, it's a contract, same as a hotel. If you break the rules, you're asked to leave. And the beauty of Airbnb is they're not going to look into the laws as much as if you talk to a professional tenant, they're going to know the law like the back of their hand. They're going to know every single thing they can get away with. Airbnb tenants, if they're warned once and they're drunk, they're warned twice, they don't want to screw up their profile. So they usually abide. It's a very, very good system because they are going based on their profile. So if they screw up tonight, they might not ever be able to rent again. And generally the people that are renting our houses are not skis bags. They're spending a lot of money. So we're getting a different clientele in that's what we look for. I don't want to rent for $99 a night. It's not the Cadillac Inn. I want a luxurious client that wants to come and spend money in our region and support our region and have a good time with friends and family.
Okay, moving on to that point. So you have say you've said one of your properties holds 18 people. So those 18 people.
That's in Blue Mountain. The other ones hold about 14 here. But yeah.
Okay. So say 14 people then on a little house on the 30-foot lot, and those 14 people come down and they want to enjoy grape and wine and stuff like that, and then they want to move the party to the Airbnb. How do you control that? How do you control, I guess what I'm getting at is these are residential properties, and what you're doing is you're bringing in a commercial use for those properties. Like, it doesn't really conform and fit within the
I understand. It's just like, what do you say when your neighbor is about to host a kegger, or you live next to a student house? What do? You can't do anything really. The beauty of Airbnb is that you can kick them out that night. If I get a kegger house in there, or a student house in there, or a bad tenant house in there, they're stuck. They're under a lease. We can't get them out.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's 365 days opposed to one night.
Or opposed to 160 nights, as you said earlier. It could be
but
who knows what if it's next door.
Of course, and that's why it needs to be properly managed with the noise aware system and the Nest cameras, and properly managed Airbnbs are godsend.
Okay, so I guess what we're not agreeing with is that there's a lot of issues that go with this that can't be controlled or aren't being controlled. And
no, I want to see. Okay, so if I'm saying we're up to the Airbnb, so what would you do in that scenario if it was a long-term tenant? What would you do differently?
Okay, first of all, I'm not talking about long-term. I'm talking about short-term rentals and the fact of what it brings to the neighborhood, what the fabric of that neighborhood is. If I've lived in my home for 20 years and I bought it as a quiet residential home, and then all of a sudden I'm being introduced in to having an Airbnb next door to me, possibly 160 nights out of a year, that I could have 14 to 24 to whatever, and there's no rules or regulations or any controls in there on what's happening in that property, it changes what's happening. And I'm asking you, I guess, are you responsible as the owner of that? Or who's going to enforce?
I'll take responsibility, but what I'm saying is that, like, yeah, like, I mean, or if I put, like, if someone was to, let's say, rent out to a hedge fund in Toronto that use it as their weekend getaway house, and they give it to all their corporate clients of it, that's a long-term lease. That's something you're not going to get. And I can guarantee there's going to be parties there every single weekend. But that's something that we can't control because now they've signed a lease.
Okay, I'm not talking about long-term. I'm talking about your short-term rentals and what it does to the neighborhood and how.
But that's what I'm comparing it to. There's only one other comparison, which is long-term. So there's short-term and there's long-term. So if it's not short-term, it's going to be long-term.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. That there's only really one other way. So why I'm comparing it is, it may not be the most ideal situation to having, you know, Betty move next to you, but at least it's not a long-term rental that's not properly managed.
Okay, so how do you propose that we manage these short-term rentals so that they're not breaking rules? The parking is being got, like, okay, so can you kick somebody out because there's too many cars for what the
Yes.
And
yeah, as I said in the beginning, I can kick someone out because I don't like the smell of their breath.
Okay, so
and
in your locations, are you going to enforce that?
Oh, 100%, I enforce that. Noise aware system, Nest cameras, and parking. It's all just monitored right from your phone.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Mayor.
I can sit with everyone and literally show them the system, or even they can watch like a little it's noise aware. If you Google it, and it will go over everything, and it really will put your minds at ease.
Okay, and I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree a little bit. I just have one last question. You were saying that you're trying to sell all of these properties right now. Are they listed like in an MLS, or how do people go about it? And are they like affordable housing things, or are they like business kind of opportunities?
Well, they're waterfront properties on Lakeside Drive, so I wouldn't think that they're really that affordable to most people. But I mean, yeah, they'll have, you know, a 7-figure price tag on it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. I don't see any other names up, so Mr. Grant, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you taking the time to come on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so let's see where we go now for here. A lot of advertisements for different kinds of technology, and maybe that was like one of those things that we can get Google to pay for part of this council meeting today because of the different technologies that they have for people to dive into. All right, folks. So members of the public were provided with options to submit written correspondence. They have done that. We're done with the delegations, and I'm gonna now bang. I don't have a gavel, so I'm gonna bang a glass. That signifies that the public meeting has been closed. And so now I need a motion that council close the public meeting respecting a zoning bylaw amendment regarding short-term rentals. Councillor Cisco, Councillor Townsend, all in favor, raise your hands. And anyone from the previous council who has sat through the cat bylaw, I think this is our cat bylaw. And there's certain councillors from last term who will get that. Maybe it was 2 terms ago. I can't remember. I can remember a cat bylaw. It was the beginning of last term of council. Okay, so
it was 2 terms ago and it wasn't fun.
Okay, so we have before we put the motion on the table, I'm going to ask our director of planning to summarize what has been heard, and then we're going to put the motion on the floor. And then we're going to have a discussion. So over to Director Kitse.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council, staff, and the public. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the project planner, Taya Devlin. The work before you represents almost a year and a half of her dedicated research, collaboration, engagement, and refinement of a citywide zoning bylaw amendment responding to citizen inquiries and council direction on short-term rentals. Over the last few years, council and staff have heard from the public about impacts to the enjoyment of their properties and neighborhoods because of activities associated with clients of short-term rentals. These complaints have increased over the years and as such warranted a review of the land use. Currently, short-term rentals are only permitted as hotel-motel land uses in certain zones in the city. Short-term rentals are not permitted in residential zones. However, there are a substantial amount of illegal short-term rentals operating in the city, generating a significant amount of complaints. Following a comprehensive public consultation program, best practice research, and a Made in St. Catharines approach, staff have prepared a draft zoning bylaw amendment to permit and regulate short-term rentals as a land use based on the following 5 goals identified by council and staff. Protect housing supply, support opportunities for supplementary income, reasonable to enforce, protect residential neighborhood character, and support tourism and tourist spending in the city of St. Catharines. The purpose of this meeting tonight is to hear from the public and council on the proposed land use changes to the city's zoning bylaw to permit and regulate short-term rentals. We recognize that most of the public and council's attention is to the enforcement aspect. However, the land use needs to be permitted and regulated before it can be licensed. Council's approval tonight of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment will provide staff with the direction needed to create the framework and foundation for a licensing and enforcement program. Staff are here this evening to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, now let's get the motion on the floor. And I believe I've got Councillor Littleton moving the motion.
Yes. So moved.
Seconder to the motion. Looking for a hand going up. Who would like to second it? Councillor Townsend. Okay, so Councillor Littleton, you're on the floor for the motion.
Okay. I did have an amendment as well that we would put up. Maybe it's there. There it is. I think what we've heard from a lot of the residents, and this is where it's very tough. You know, right now it's illegal to have Airbnbs, and they're all over the city. Some of our presenters talked about how if we allow this, it's going to let them go throughout the city. They're already in the city. I have them in my ward in Meryton, which is very far away from geographically from Port Weller, from Port Dalhousie. And it's the same complaints that we're having in Meryton: noise, parking, partying, garbage, not upkeep of residences, as you're having in the North End as well. So this is a citywide problem already. So when we talk about if we move to amend this zoning bylaw to allow these properties, they're already here. So people have not listened to the zoning bylaw. So I think if we look at something like Pelham has done and said, well, you have to apply for it, there's no way folks are going to come to the city of St. Catharines to get a zoning bylaw amendment to allow them to have their own houses. They're just going to do it anyway because they've been doing it anyway and it's illegal. I think this is probably the best shot we have. And this is the first of second 2 steps here, because what everybody's talking about is the enforcement of it. I think that when we look at some of the reasons why we are not, when we're looking at some of the arguments, one of them is that it does take away from the housing supply. It absolutely does. There's no question that this is what happens. And as the director alluded to, I'm not sure, sorry. As I read something in the paper not too long ago, the Globe and Mail reported that rental properties have decreased, the cost of rentals in Toronto has decreased something like 16 to 19%. This is because it is a market. It's a rental market. So it is driven by the forces of economics, which is very simply supply and demand. If we don't have enough rental properties because they're all going off the market into Airbnb, regardless of whether they're escape vacation properties or just little small properties that used to be triplexes, duplexes. That's regardless of the point. When those leave the market shrinks and the price goes up because the supply is not there. This is very simple economics. If we can have some of those units back into the rental market, it will help our affordable housing goals as a city. And the other thing I want to talk about is I think that when we look at Airbnb, I know people who have bought condos in Toronto to have Airbnb because they can sit half of the year empty and they'll still make a profit. If my little rental 2-bedroom makes $1,100 gross, and then I pay property tax, heat, hydro, whatever it might be on top of that, insurance, my profit is going to be, I don't know, $200 a unit. If I can rent out my property at $75 a bedroom or a person per night, and I have 12 guests staying in my apartment or my Airbnb, it's $11,000 a month. This is one of the reasons why, and I don't begrudge people who are looking to do this, but what I like about the proposal here is that it's a home-based business. If you want to run a hotel, I think you should run a hotel. But if you want to run an Airbnb where maybe you rent out your basement, maybe you're a new homeowner and you want to rent out a room in your house and make a little bit of money to get you in the market, and that's some money. That's what I think Airbnb, the genesis of it was. And that's where I think these amendments will do. And that's why I've put this on the floor in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Get Councillor Townsend and Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, if council decides to pass this and implement this bylaw amendment, when would this be implemented? What is the turnaround time on this? How soon?
Director Kitte.
I apologize. Through the mayor to the councillor. If council adopts the bylaw tonight, we are in a 20-day appeal period. But we will be, if it's not appealed, then the in effect date goes back to tonight. If it is appealed, then we don't have a decision on the framework until such time as the LPAT disposes of the appeal.
Okay, through the mayor, we've heard a lot tonight from residents who have spoke highly of this idea of the licensing program. We brought this to staff. It's been about 1.5 years, and knowing that this was the direction that council wanted us to go in, my concern here is what is the turnaround time going to be for a licensing program? Because if we put this bylaw into effect now and it comes into effect in 30 days, say, how long until a licensing program will be implemented in place so that we can actually hold those using short-term rentals accountable for the issues that we've been facing all summer from Airbnb owners?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we're targeting Q1 2021 to deliver on a recommendation around a licensing and enforcement program.
Okay, and I have all faith. I have full faith in staff, but I'm hoping that there's an understanding here that if there are delays, and I understand there are delays, that if we go into, say, the summertime and this bylaw is in place where short-term rentals are allowed, I mean, what does that mean for us? I'm just saying if there is no licensing program put in place.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the situation that we're in right now is that the use is currently not permitted. What we're looking to do with the proposals before you is that we would be permitting it, but regulating it under much more stringent requirements. There is going to be a period of time before a new licensing bylaw is brought before you to be enacted. But in that meantime, we can still enforce the new zoning bylaw, provided that it's in place and not appealed.
Okay. I don't know how comfortable I am without having a licensing program. I'll just say that openly and honestly. I think that a licensing program is the direction we need. And I am a little disappointed that we don't have one before us tonight. But I'll leave the floor and I'll let the other councillors chime in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. We got Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, we have heard a lot of answers already to questions through the presenters, but I just wanted to ask staff about B&Bs, and there seems to be generally a better impression from all of us, or many of us, about B&Bs compared to Airbnbs. So my question is, the resident is supposed to be at the B&B. I mean, presumably because they cook breakfast, but probably not all of them cook breakfast. How do we know, and how do we enforce that the resident is there for a B&B?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, with a bed and breakfast, the definition is that you're offering bedrooms for rental. So you're not welcoming people into your entire unit to have control over that unit or occupy the whole space. You reside there and you're hosting them as your guests. That's the definition in the zoning bylaw. As far as how we enforce that, it's like any other use in the zoning bylaw where it's complaints based, and we would then investigate on complaints. There is currently no licensing in place for bed and breakfasts.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we don't have licensing in place for B&Bs either. And if we can require B&Bs to essentially have the resident present by definition, could we not do the same thing with Airbnbs? Like the way I read the bylaw now, I could live there if I'm following the rules. I could live there for 6 months plus a day, and then I could rent short-term rental the property for the others 6 months minus a day. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, with the short-term rental proposal, it's different from bed and breakfast because it's rental of the entire dwelling unit. So the same rules would not apply where you can't physically have the resident of the unit present in the unit and rent the whole unit out to guests at the same time. And then, sorry, there was a second part to your question that I wanted to touch on.
That could we insist that the resident be present? Like I do hear of people that rent part of their house through Airbnb. It's not a bed and breakfast as such, but they just rent their basement or a couple of bedrooms or whatever through Airbnb.
Yes, so okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, the advertisement on Airbnb does not make the use short-term rental necessarily. So how people are running those accommodation types would determine whether it's a bed and breakfast or a short-term rental. So if somebody lives in their home and they are offering a few rooms within their home for rental while they're there, that meets our definition of bed and breakfast because they're only offering independent rooms for rental. When they're offering their entire dwelling unit and they are not there, that's what makes it a short-term rental. So it's not the advertisement on those listing platform sites that makes the use, it's actually how it's functioning. So the distinguishing factor there is if the resident or of the unit is present or not.
Okay, thank you. One other question for you, Mr. Mayor. We heard about the Pelham situation, and I believe one of the speakers suggested that it would be better if we handled the zoning on an individual basis. Would that be manageable, or how difficult would it be from a staff perspective if people had to apply for individual rezoning to have a short-term rental?
Through the mayor to the councillor, right now the use is currently not permitted. There is nothing preventing any of the current short-term rental owners from applying to rezone their property site specifically. And yet to date, no one has even approached the city on doing that process. So there's really nothing to implement in that regard because that's our current state.
I understand. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. But if we did allow short-term rentals, could we allow them on the basis that was suggested, where instead of being automatically citywide available, it would have to be through individual zoning?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we could look at doing that, but we would still need to define the use and regulations around it. We just wouldn't permit them in specific zones, and that's what would initiate someone from having to apply to rezone. Again, I'm not sure that that would elicit the compliance rate that we are looking for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to staff, and I share Councillor Townsend's concern that that we could be opening a huge can of worms here if we amended the bylaw now without knowing what the licensing program is going to be that we're happy with.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, for a person to operate on short-term rental, it says they have to live on site for a majority of the year. Is that in fact 6 months, or what's the definition of majority of the year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be over 50% of the year. So we'd be looking at least 180 days, 182.
And it could be 6 months in a row, like they could stay here for the winter and then go to their cottage in the Muskokas while they're renting out their house down here. So it doesn't have to be split up. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through the definition that's proposed in the zoning bylaw amendment right now, that's correct. It doesn't prescribe what parts of the year you need to reside in a dwelling unit.
Okay, so for a couple like we had speak to us today, who are very nice people, you could have one, the husband owned one, the wife owned the other, so they could have two and operate it that way. And that would be legal to do that. So a family could have two, or with a son, three, maybe, whatever. They could arrange it any way they wanted to, right? That's concerning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the requirement would be that the person running a short-term rental needs to show or demonstrate that it is their principal residence and that they do in fact reside in that dwelling a majority of the year. So that's the definition that's being proposed. And then I think, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with the land use at this stage, but through the future enforcement side of things, we could be looking at ways to check and confirm that principal residence.
Okay, how would we monitor the fact that that person is living there majority of the year? Do you have any idea?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, some examples that we've seen in other municipalities requiring a review of identification, provincial identification that shows the address on a major piece of ID, such as a driver's license, to demonstrate that that is your principal residence, has been used as one measurement.
Okay, but the fact that they're in their house for 6 months, or maybe they're only going to be in their house for 2 months, how are we going to check to make sure that they're not renting it for longer than, I guess it's up to enforcement to check that. Correct?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, a lot of that would be addressed through the enforcement. We could look at that in a variety of ways. Another option being logs, where the host is required to keep logs and records of when the unit is hosted for short-term rental, and then the city could review those as well. There's
That's a good idea.
Numerous options that we would look at through licensing, I think.
Okay, I agree with Councillor Garcia and Councillor Townsend that I wish the licensing portion was included because I'm having a hard time. I'm not saying this is bad at all. And I appreciate the fact we need something, but I'd like to see what the licensing agreement looked like as far as the cost of a license and what fines could be in place if people are running an Airbnb without a license, whatever. I know we're not supposed to talk about licensing. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, forgot. But anyways, slipped it in. I do have concerns about that too also. Thank you. It has been a real chore getting this to where we are right now. That's for sure.
Councillor Kushner, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must commend staff for a very thorough report. All the reports we've had lately have been very thorough, and I can see we're very demanding on staff to look at best practices elsewhere, etc. I share the concern expressed by the previous three speakers that before we approve this, we should look at step 2, and therefore I think it's somewhat premature to approve it tonight. In my opinion, what we have is a problem that is not solvable at this time. Our residents are frustrated, as our staff are frustrated, as we as councillors who get the complaints are frustrated. But at this time, I'm not comfortable with the comment that the short-term rental will not take properties out of the rental market. And we've had a report lately from Brock University, from the observatory, that we have a massive rental shortage. And when I hear Mr. Grant indicate that he sold his properties or he converted his long-term rental property to short-term rental, I don't think licensing will correct that problem. I think what will happen is, with the licensing, more people will find it attractive to convert rental property into short-term rental, because prior to approving the bylaw, it was considered to be illegal. And we have people who do not want to participate in illegal markets, and therefore it would be very profitable for them to convert a unit into short-term rental. I would also think that people that have 14 tenants on a weekend would not be able to license that according to our criteria. And if that's the case, they would still continue to operate illegally, because we can't do anything to them now. And if they continue to operate illegally, we can't do anything to them thereafter. And therefore, I might also add that staff made the comment that Toronto has a bylaw, and when they're questioned, the answer was that it's too early to tell how effective that bylaw is. And if that's the case, then I'm not prepared to spend $250,000 to $1 million to have enforcement people when we don't know that the bylaw will be effective. So that's a risk that I'm not willing to take at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to actually defer this back until, and I know that staff have worked very hard and everyone's been working very hard to kind of try to mitigate the issues that we have with the short-term rentals. But I would like to defer it so that we could deal with this all on the same night, where we deal with this bylaw and also the licensing, and perhaps some of the ways that we can control some of the issues that we have, whether it be noise, parking, whatever. Have that all come back on the same meeting and deal with it all at once.
Okay. So in doing this, we can't speak to a deferral. I'll just put some context around it. Councillor Cisco, you got a hand up, but you can't speak to, so you can't comment on this.
It's not speaking to it, Mr. Mayor. It was going to be a request that I was going to make when I spoke about asking that staff report back on the feasibility of different rules for within the urban boundary versus outside of the urban boundary. And if we're deferring it until this time, it seems ridiculous. It just seems like a waste of everybody's time if I don't ask for that as a part of the deferral.
Yeah. Anyone else want to ask put anything into
Yes.
this? Don't speak.
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, the director of planning said that we needed to do this first before we could bring in the licensing. This was the foundation for it. I just want through you to her to clarify that.
Yep, that was a question I was going to ask to Director Kitte.
Thank you. And through the mayor to the councillor. In the February 2020 report to council, the motion that was approved by council was quite clear in that the zoning bylaw amendment needed to come first before we could craft a licensing and enforcement program around it. It's absolutely fundamental to us that we get that direction from council so that we're not going and spending a ton of time and resources and effort around crafting a licensing bylaw if council is going to change the parameters of the land use permissions. And that's why it was critical for us to get direction tonight on the land use permissions in order for us to follow through with the licensing and enforcement design and implementation.
Thank you very much.
I have a point of clarification. I'm hoping I can ask it now. Is it possible to put a holding provision if we end up passing this bylaw so that it's not, it's just held there until the next step is in place?
Director Kitte.
Through the mayor to the councillor, a holding provision is a possibility. We'd have to define the parameters at which point a holding provision would be removed. So we'd have to craft the wording around that, but it is a possibility, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so another clarification, just for the public in voting for this deferral, if there are any issues related to Airbnbs that happen between now and when, there's nothing we can do. So I want the public to understand that, you know, if this were to go through today, we would then start to have at least some parameters that we could build around. If we defer this until February, March, for those who have experienced issues, which maybe won't experience anything in the wintertime, there's nothing we can do. So, you know, the complaints to councillors, where our hands are tied, this would untie our hands a bit. It wouldn't give us the final solution, but it pretty much nothing we can do. So I just need the council to know that. So don't forward any complaints to staff. If any Airbnbs happen over the holidays, don't forward them to staff because we've deferred this now until February. So the public's going to have to live with the fact that there's illegal Airbnbs in our city. Director Kitte.
Thank you. Through the mayor, is it possible that we could defer the planning report to the next meeting just so that we can properly address the language around the hold? If it's the will of council.
Yeah, I'll ask Councillor Dodge if she's the one moving the deferral.
So sorry, can you just clarify what you're asking me?
Thank you. Through the mayor, it's staff's preference that the bylaw be dealt with tonight. However, should the deferral be successful, then we ask, or should the holding permission be deemed a friendly amendment and the deferral successful, we ask that it be deferred to at least to the next meeting so that we can come back with the proper language around the hold and the hold removal. Typically when an H is applied to a zone in the city, it's applied to that one zone as it affects one property. As this is a citywide bylaw, I want to make sure that we get the wording correct because a deferral in itself is also a decision. So we need to make sure that the wording is correct before that's finalized.
Sure, I accept that. And Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a question for clarification? You're saying that if this deferral goes through, that, you know, if there's any complaints about short-term rentals in the meantime, that there's nothing that staff can do. staff have basically said, you know, and with past record, no offense to anyone, but a lot of things are happening and nothing is being done anyway. And at least if we deal with this all at once, where we get some teeth into something, maybe when it comes back, we can deal with stuff. But I don't understand why we wouldn't still have the same options available to residents that are there now, just because this is being deferred.
I won't get into debate, but clearly nothing's worked to date.
Okay.
So the current condition doesn't work. This would put us on a pathway to a new position. But yeah, I'm just saying, if there are issues in the next 3 months while we're working on the licensing, we are very limited in what we can do. So people are just going to have to live with the fact that there may be Airbnb issues happening, and we don't have any tools yet that we can try to address the issue. But it's fine. Councillor Dodge, so you're asking for a deferral, but it's just until the next meeting, and then we'll get a definition on the holding pattern, on a holding definition. And if that meets the criteria of council, what the holding means, then maybe we'll approve it, but it'll be held until we get the licensing in place.
Okay, so if we defer till the next meeting, then we will discuss whatever the holding thing means.
Yep.
And then we can decide whether we still want to defer it.
Yeah, you have the option to defer again.
Okay. Okay.
I think that's not a bad place to be. It gives us some definitions and gives planning an opportunity to figure out what is in the best interest of the city moving forward.
Okay.
On this matter, and our next meeting is in 2 weeks' time.
Okay. And we all want that.
Yeah, no, we're all trying to get to a common goal. Just how we get there is the complicated part. So all in favor of the deferral? Hands up. Opposed? One. Okay, we got one opposed. Okay, carried. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, that was a very informative discussion, and hopefully we can get some resolution in the next little while on that. There's no special presentations. Council's reconvened. Motion to ratify forthwith recommendations. The council adopt those items approved forthwith by general committee on Tuesday, November 10th, 2020, and Monday, November 16th, 2020. Moving the motion to ratify the recommendations for forthwith, I have Councillor Williamson, if he can do that, and seconded by Councillor Garcia, and that'd be great. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, so now we move on to motions, and I'll look to Councillor Porter. So we have a couple things we have to do here, because if we want to deal with it tonight, which we do have a few minutes, Councillor Porter, we have to do two things. You have a motion, and it would be a notice of motion, but you're looking to waive the rules. Can you just explain why you'd like to waive the rules? So don't read the motion, just explain why you want to waive the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's currently an omnibus bill before the provincial government called Bill 229, and buried inside it is a lot of changes to conservation authorities, and a lot of conservation groups, environmental organizations, and even conservation authorities themselves, including Conservation Ontario, have a lot of concerns with the language in this bill, and they feel that it would strip away some of the mandate of the conservation authorities. And because this bill is being debated at the moment, I think it's pressing, and I don't like to bring these things in the last minute, but I feel like we need to address this evening so that we have some time to send it to the provincial government and to our local area MPPs. Okay. So that council will indulge a debate on this motion. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Porter is asking for council to suspend the rules in accordance with procedural bylaw 215-170, amended 216-07, Article A for suspension of the rules to allow the motion to be considered tonight. And so I need a seconder on that motion. Councillor Miller, thank you for that. Welcome back, Councillor Miller. We've missed you. And for this, we need 2/3. So it's going to be a recorded vote to the clerk. Unless, you know what? Is it unanimous? Everyone hands up. I just need 2/3. So anyone opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. There you go. Thank you, Councillor Porter, and thank you, Council, for waiving it. Now I'm going to turn it over back to Councillor Porter explain the motion that you have submitted, and then we'll have discussion.
Sure. So I struggle a lot when items like this are buried in an omnibus bill. And I went to the Canadian Environmental Law Association's website, and they've got a primer on the proposed changes to the Conservation Authorities Act. And you can also take a look through the 2018 Auditor General's report on the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority to see why some of the changes to like citizen appointments were very important for our local conservation authority. So part of the proposed legislation would strip municipalities' ability to appoint citizens, which I think is very problematic. And so I'm just going to go through the motion. It's very simple. So whereas conservation authorities work to safeguard, manage, and restore Ontario's water through floodplain mapping, water quality monitoring, conservation land management, public education, and wetland stewardship. And whereas conservation authorities collect data on water quality, flooding, fishing communities, wetlands, benthic invertebrates, which are crabs, I had to look that up. And this data contributes to policy, science, education, and human health. And whereas the Ontario government's recently proposed changes to conservation authorities in Bill 229 do not support climate resilience and may set back watershed planning and the implementation of an ecosystem-based approach. And whereas the proposal in Bill 29 that only municipal councillors be appointed by a particular municipality as members of a conservation authority does not strengthen oversight and accountability and will exclude citizen appointees chosen by municipalities for their experience and skills, be it resolved that Schedule 6 of Bill 229, so that's the one that relates to conservation authorities, not be enacted in its present form and instead be withdrawn from Bill 229. And be it resolved that the ministry support and enhance governance at conservation authorities by developing best management practices for the recruitment and selection of authority members. And that includes best practices for the appointment of both elected and non-elected officials in consultation with municipalities. And be it further resolved that the Ontario government immediately seek to ensure that the current mandate of the province's 36 conservation authorities is maintained and enhanced in order to effectively protect, restore, manage the watersheds where 95% of the people of Ontario reside. So conservation authorities play a very critical role in land use planning and mapping of floodplains. And as we declared a climate emergency, now is not the time to be stripping conservation authorities of their mandate and stripping conservation authority workers from going on to investigate violations of conservation authority acts. And this is exactly what this legislation is proposing to do. So I hope that we can have a good discussion and debate about this. And I open it up for further comments. I think Councillor Williamson is interested in seconding this motion.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Williamson, you're seconding this?
I'd definitely be happy to do that. You did say Councillor Miller before, but
Well, that was for the waiving of the rules.
Oh, okay. No, definitely. I'm in favor of seconding it. I commend Councillor Porter for bringing this forward. This does directly affect us. We saw the nightmare of what happened at the Niagara region, largely centered on the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. So this hits directly home for us. Some adjectives come to mind with this kind of legislation, and that's proposed legislation. That's draconian, regressive, and it's just wrong. If we go back to the history of conservation authorities, they largely came about after Hurricane Hazel hit in the late 1950s, and it was a response to flooding in some low-lying areas and development that had taken place and damage that was caused. And so it was response, and mostly we think of conservation authorities as in rural areas, but they're also in urban areas. Large percentage of people in Ontario actually live in conservation authorities. So with climate change, we know that these extreme weather events are happening more often. So that it's more important that we do whatever we can to preserve what little green space that we have left. We need people making decisions on this stuff based on science, not based on doing favors for their crony friends who have money and self-interest at stake. We need some neutral parties involved, and we don't need fewer people that care about the planet being involved in the decision making. So I'm sure, based on what is in front of us and council has observed in the Niagara region, that this will be a unanimous or close to a unanimous vote, and hopefully it sends a little bit of a message to the province. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to commend Councillor Porter for raising this. I was really concerned about this bill when I read about some of the effects of it. And as Councillor Williamson said, conservation authorities are critical. I would just like to make a couple of suggestions to Councillor Porter in terms of the wording. The wording seems to be directing the province, which we have no authority over, and I just wonder whether it should be more worded in the way of that council encourages the province to do this or something like that. And also I think that we should identify what ministry we're talking about, and we should send copies of this motion to all municipalities in Niagara. I'm not sure how Councillor Porter feels about that.
Sure, I'm happy. Those are friendly amendments. So we can have it further resolved that copies of this motion be sent to all local area MPPs. So at the end where I say be it further resolved, and be it resolved that council recommends that Schedule 6 of Bill 229 or sends a letter with the following recommendations. How would you propose we word that so it sounds as if it's more of a council decision? And
sorry, something like that, Councillor Porter, that I think be further resolved that council strongly recommends that the ministry, and we have to identify the ministry, do these things, consider Schedule 6 of Bill 2021 not be enacted in its present form, and that the ministry support this and so on. As long as I think if we put in that council strongly encourages or strongly recommends something like that.
sure.
It's the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks.
I think, Councillor Porter, we could handle it all by putting, be it further resolved that council strongly recommends that, and then add all the others, that the ministry, all the other clauses, once we say that council strongly recommends that.
I'm in favor of that.
And it should be sent to all Niagara MPPs and all Niagara municipalities as well, I would think.
Are we sure this isn't under the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing? I sort of think it might be.
So the bill came in from under the municipal, Minister Clark's, came out of Minister Clark's office, and it touched on a number of different, so I would also put the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Okay, yes, thank you.
The omnibus bill that was brought forward by that ministry, so it touches a whole bunch of different ministries.
One other thought, Councillor Porter. I wonder whether we need to also copy Haldeman and Hamilton to the extent that they're involved with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority.
Thank you. I think that's a great idea. That would be prudent. That's another friendly amendment. Evan, are you okay with all of this? Is it? I can't see who's making the edits. So at the end, it would be all local area. Yeah, yeah. And then we're adding the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's included up there, Councillor.
Councillor Porter, I just want to make certain, because at the first, therefore be it resolved clause, we now say that council strongly recommends that. So the clause that was added at the bottom here, the one that I'm now highlighting, it would be a duplication, the one that I'm highlighting. So
sure.
you just want what's in red up top, where it says, therefore be it resolved that council strongly recommends that. And then everything else stays the same.
Sure.
Okay.
And then you can send the motion to the Ministry of Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. The reason why is because the way it was written previously, the ministry could say, well, it's not our bill, so we're not doing anything with it. This way you're informing them of the section. And while they may not be, the bill didn't originate with them, this provides them with the context of why we are recommending against Schedule 6.
Evan, please notice it's Haldeman and Hamilton, not Halton.
All right. We're getting there. I don't see any further hands up, so I think this is a self-explanatory motion heading in the right direction. No further comments. I'll look to the clerk to call the question and do the roll.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Porter, for bringing that forward, and thank you for Council for indulging the waiving the fees. We have notices of motion coming forward. We've got one from Councillor Townsend. You want to just quickly touch on that one, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, I'll just quickly touch on it. It's regarding Ontario's gas-fired power plants and calling on the province to be better, essentially, when it comes to pollution and emission targets.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other notices of motion, please submit them to the council, to the clerk prior to the next meeting. And report request, Councillor Townsend, you're just looking for a report request to come forward?
Yeah, just looking on some information regarding the Bunting Road corridor. I've mentioned it many times. Councillor Sorrento and I have been advocating for this for a while, and we just want to get an idea of what the costs might be associated with doing something down Bunting between Scott Street and the Garden City Parkway.
Okay. All in favor of staff reports? Okay, carried. Any other report requests that you want to discuss? Councillor Garcia, seems like your hand's up. You good? Thank you. Okay, appreciate that. We now have reading of bylaws. We have a motion that the bylaws listed on council agenda A through I be read a first time, considered and passed, that they be signed, executed by the mayor and city clerk. Councillor Cisco, if you want to move this, we'll call that one a Hail Mary. Councillor Miller, you're seconding the Hail Mary. Just rubbing it in.
Reluctantly.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, bylaw G is not included. That was the
That one's
bylaw
not
that we deferred.
That's not going to get out over the 1 yard line. That's not going to get to the end zone. Okay. All in favor of the reading of the bylaws?
You're a bad person, Mr. Mayor.
Agency boards and committees. Motion to receive, council receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees as council is presented. Councilor Townsend, would you like to move that one? So moved. Councilor.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
You gonna jump on that one, Councilor Sorrento?
Seconded.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Okay. It's unfortunate. It was a good throw, a good catch. It was just unfortunate that they ended up in the end zone like that. Councilor Dodge, do you have an AMO update that you want to provide?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. Councilor Miller, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, thanks for that. I guess I want to say before we adjourn that I know there's a lot of people on this council who probably love to see the back of me and wish I was near. And I want you to remember tonight's meeting and how it ran when I was not here. So just something to keep in mind when you're cursing me and you're wishing bad things upon me at various meetings. Just remember what it's like without me. So with that,
smoothly and quickly.
and with a hex specifically for Mayor Senzik and whichever team he supports, I move to adjourn.
Councilor
Tom Brady.
Second that. All in favor? Have a good night, folks. Take care. Great meeting.
Night, everybody.